Yes, Mr. Buchan.
One of the first witness this morning is an expert witness, Professor Joseph Ibrahim.
Yes.
And I call Professor Ibrahim. He'll be giving evidence by way of audio-visual link.
Thank you. Just before we commence, I understand there's a slight adjustment to the usual timetable for today, and that it's proposed to take an earlier lunch break at 12 o'clock. I'm just wondering if that's the case, whether it would be convenient to take a earlier morning tea break as well, perhaps a shorter one. I'm not sure whether or not it's anticipated that Professor Ibrahim's evidence would conclude in the time between now and 12 o'clock, or whether or not we need to use the full period of time.
No, I expect that we will be able to take Professor Ibrahim's evidence by 12 o'clock.
I see.
And there should still be capacity for a morning tea. A shorter morning tea in the order of 15 minutes might be
very well
appropriate.
All right, well, in that case, we might do that at 11 o'clock then.
Please, the Court.
All right, thank you. Professor Ibrahim, good morning. It's the coroner speaking. Sorry for that brief delay. Thank you very much for taking the time to dial in to give evidence to the inquest this morning. We're ready to begin now. I'll ask the court officer here to swear or affirm you in, and then we can commence.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Your name is Professor Joseph Ibrahim, correct?
That's correct.
And you have expertise both in the fields of geriatric medicine, right?
Yes.
As well as public health.
That's correct.
You've obtained a doctorate of philosophy in the field of epidemiology and public health, right?
That's correct.
We have evidence has been obtained from some experts already in this inquest, particularly clinicians in various disciplines of medicine. But you have the considerable advantage of being able or having expert knowledge in those two fields that I've identified, geriatrics as well as public health, right?
Yes.
And the type of issues that this inquest or these inquests are dealing with very much cross over into those two areas, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I ask you first about the state of knowledge in respect of COVID, particularly in the aged care setting context, as at April of 2020. So perhaps just to start you off, was it well known at that time that the elderly in an aged care setting were a vulnerable population?
I think that this is contested. I personally believe it was well known and well established. The initial studies that were published indicated that the highest risk of mortality were those aged over 80 with multiple comorbidities, which describes precisely the population you find in residential aged care. We also had international experience in Spain, Italy, and the UK, where there were widespread media reports of abandoned nursing homes and high mortality rates in those homes, as well as coming through the scientific literature at that time.
Was anything known at this stage about infection rates or projected infection rates if a COVID outbreak started in an aged care facility? Or was it too early at that stage?
Well, I don't. Depends on how you consider too early. What we had was we knew a pandemic had been declared. and that to prepare for that, you wanted to use all available information that was there, both nationally and internationally. So there was information internationally. There was information published in the New England Journal describing an outbreak there and describing the size of the outbreak and the case fatality rates, which were seriously concerning. I think that if people want to argue that we should have waited another year till we had sufficient data to be conclusive, then I think that's a misleading assumption.
What was the information coming through from the overseas experiences in terms of infection rates, fatality rates?
So we knew that at a population level, those over 80 had a case fatality rate in the region of about 10 to 20%. And we knew that those in long-term care facilities or nursing homes or residential aged care facilities was higher, more like the 30 to 40%. The way the information is gathered, the time it's published, all gives you that sort of broad, I guess, error margins. But it was clear that this was a significant and substantive risk for the country.
In light of that information that was available, can I now turn to consider what was done to prepare for an outbreak of the kind that occurred at Newmarch House? And in the first instance, can I ask you about what you regarded as the most significant guidelines or protocols that were in place in March, April of 2020?
Well, there were two nationally produced documents. One was by the APHHC, so the overarching body for pandemic management for the country, and then the CDNA guidance material that was sent to residential aged care facilities, and that I think was published on the 13th of March. That they were the two official documents that people could source.
Right. Just moving to the first of those guidelines, what was the acronym again? Can you just...
I think it's the Australian, I think it's the APHHC. So it's the, I can't recall the full title of it, but it is the overarching body that detailed a national plan.
The Australian the Australian Health Protection Principal Committee.
That's the one.
You want the document?
Yeah. And then the second document that you referred to is the CDNA guidelines. And you've referred to that particular guideline in your report.
That's correct.
I should say, Professor, by way of background, that your report is in evidence in this inquest. So all of the information contained within that very detailed report that you've provided is part of the evidence before the inquests. But coming back to the CDNA guideline for the moment, one issue that you have flagged there is that the guideline placed responsibility on the residential aged care facility in terms of management of an outbreak.
That's correct.
And it's in that context that you make an observation that there were a number of factors when it comes to managing an outbreak that are just simply outside the control of a residential aged care facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
you've also made the point in your report that a residential aged care facility is not a quasi-hospital.
That's correct.
So can I ask you just to expand upon your opinion about the appropriateness of that particular guideline or recommendation?
So I think that guideline was, let's say, well-intentioned, but did not consider nor understand the dynamic of the aged care sector or how it operated. To ask the approved provider to be responsible for the outbreak failed to recognise that there are over 800 approved providers in the country. There's 2,700 facilities that operate somewhat differently, each with different levels of models of care, philosophy, staffing availability, and how they're operated and what their leadership is. The guidelines that CDNA produced also have I think, the disconcerting disclaimer that neither they nor the federal government is responsible for anything that arises from following the guidelines, which I think undercuts their value. And the guidelines do not address work as done, what actually needs to happen on the ground, as opposed to posing a lot of principles. And you can see, and the proof of that argument is that when the aged care facilities were asked by the regulator to assess their level of preparedness, the vast majority, as documented by the Royal Commission in August, September of 2020, I think, highlighted that the vast majority of aged care facilities thought that they were well prepared or that they were at best practice level. And I think Newmarch rated itself as best practice. And I think that highlights that these guidelines did not address the core needs for the pandemic.
Can you be more specific in respect of that last comment, not addressing the core needs of the pandemic? Are there aspects of these two guidelines that are noticeably lacking, in your opinion?
Well, I think, yes, there are. Firstly, there's the failure to recognise the dire straits that the sector was in prior to the pandemic. Again, this is noted in the Royal Commission's interim report titled Neglect, and that highlighted that there was insufficient staff, recurring vacancies, and skill workforce deficits prior to the pandemic. The guidelines failed to address how an underperforming sector was now going to step up to manage the increased workload and technical requirements of a pandemic. The examples, if I go down to there's the statement that you ought to be prepared for having 20 to 30% of your staff missing, and so have a contingency plan. But there is no guidance about where would you find another 20 to 30% of staff when we were already potentially well understaffed before the pandemic arose. The issue about go source your own personal protective equipment for your facility and make sure you have enough really didn't assist the approved provider in where they were to source it, who they were competing with, how much you ought to stockpile, and whether you should just take what you need and leave other materials for other facilities. But more specifically, the notion that the approved provider could negotiate with the acute hospital and the general practitioners and the state health department to develop a pandemic plan for their facility was ludicrous. It's just not something that generally happens. The power differential between a residential aged care facility and an acute hospital is enormous. I'd be surprised if the senior management of most acute public hospitals had spoken with their residential aged care facilities in the region. This was all laid out at the feet of the CEOs or the approved provider with no direction, support, or information about how you were to make these things real. it's just not, it's not credible if you understand the culture, the workplace, and how the sector operates.
Are you able to give evidence about the way in which these two guidelines that you've referred to came into existence? Who was directly involved in drawing up these guidelines, and in particular, was there input from aged care providers in that process?
I can't answer that question despite spending a substantial amount of time trying to source how they were developed and who was on the various committees. If you try and track through both those committees' minutes or the government website, we do find a list of participants, and they're predominantly public health officers, infectious diseases specialists. I could not identify from my search any geriatric specialists or gerontic nurses. And when the government or the claim that there's been aged care consultation, it's not clear with whom that consultation had occurred and at what level. So consultation can be, is a gradation from being very, I guess, superficial to deeply involved. And so who was consulted, at what level were they consulted, how much contribution did they have into it? My read of the guidelines is that if they did consult, it had no impact in making those guidelines ready for the real world.
I'm just going to ask for some documents to be brought up on the screen, just to ensure that these are the documents that you're referring to. Okay, so and you'll be able to see that, Professor. The first one is volume 27, tab 7. Is that the AHPPC guideline that you referred to?
Yes.
And that's a short document. It's only 2 pages if we go to the second page, but I'm going to bring you to another document in a moment. And now if I can ask that tab 8 in the same folder be brought up onto the screen. Now, that seems to be a longer version of the document dated 17 March 2020. It's 10 pages. That's the guideline you're referring to?
That's the overall national plan that I'd read through. I recalled it had a different coloured cover, but that's essentially the same content.
Can you go to page 6, please? The document. You see down the bottom of the page there's a section headed Recommendations to Residential Aged Care Facilities.
Yes.
We can see the first paragraph makes clear that COVID is acknowledged as a significant health risk, particularly for the elderly and individuals with comorbidities and low immunity, which is consistent with the evidence that you gave about the state of knowledge about COVID at the time of the outbreak at Newmarch House. If you can go over the page, the 7. The top line says RACF's residential aged care facilities must ensure that they are prepared to manage outbreaks. And then there's a reference to detailed guidance being found at a link.
Yes,
which refers to-
believe.
Sorry, you speak, Professor.
I'm assuming that link will take you to the cDNA guidelines.
And the headings that this particular guide deals with restrictions on entry and how visitors to the home should be controlled and matters like that, screening of residents. Managing illness in visitors and staff. Hygiene measures, things of that nature. But you agree that this guideline itself doesn't provide any detailed guidance in terms of how a residential aged care facility would actually control or manage an outbreak within the facility.
Yes, I agree. It doesn't provide that level of information.
All right. Now, can we then move to the second main guideline that you referred to, which is the cDNA guidelines? And I'll just ask that this document be brought up. It's volume 27, tab 1, annexure C, which is page 94 of tab 1.
Yes, that's the document that I have and evaluated and referred to.
Thank you. If we could just go first of all to page 99 at the bottom of the, if we're looking at the page numbering within the annexure. Do you see there's a section called roles and responsibilities? And 1.3.1 indicates that the primary responsibility of managing COVID-19 outbreaks lies with the RCF within their responsibilities for resident care and infection control.
Yes, I see that.
And that is the aspect of the guideline that you have taken issue with in terms of that being an unfair expectation. Is that right?
I believe it's an unfair expectation on the RCFs in Australia, yes.
Can I ask, I'm not going to take you through this entire document, but there is one aspect that I do wish to question you about. Can we go to page 102 to begin with? And if I can just draw your attention to the preparation section. 3.1 starts, RCF must ensure that they are prepared for outbreaks, including the occurrence for their first case of COVID-19, a well-functioning infection prevention control program working in concert with a well-functioning occupational health program is the basis for an effective IPC response. So that part of the guideline is directed to putting in place an infection prevention and control system in advance of an outbreak occurring. Were there any practical impediments to that occurring?
Well, this is what so this is technically correct, but it's an ivory tower policy statement because there is no functioning infection control program in the aged care sector up till March 2020. the regulator had identified, I think, over 10 up to 20% of homes had gaps in their existing infection control plans. And it's not clear what would you consider, or how do you judge a well-functioning plan? And how do you judge a well-functioning plan for a pandemic? Where is the guidance or the information around that? These are what I'd consider motherhood statements, which says to manage an outbreak, you should be well prepared, and to be well prepared, you should have good infection control programs. That there's, as I say, these are motherhood statements that are unhelpful in actually doing the doing on the ground.
Can you look at the next paragraph and just read that to yourself? The paragraph commenting Australian healthcare facilities will likely be impacted.
Yep, again, I put them, they're broad brush motherhood statements.
And I now ask you to turn to page 110. There are two statements here. This is a section 5 that addresses how an aged care facility is to respond to a suspected case of COVID-19 in a resident. And you can see there that under those series of dot points in the second paragraph, after immediate isolation and cohorting, and applying a low threshold for requesting medical review and testing, which is a conservative approach, it then says this: transfer residents to hospital only if their condition warrants. If transfer is required, advise the hospital in advance that the resident is being transferred from a facility where there is potential or confirmed COVID-19. A simple transfer advice form is provided at Appendix 7 of the document. Now, what seems to follow from that paragraph, accepting that it's very brief, is that the default position is to leave the COVID positive or suspected COVID positive resident in the home, but to transfer to hospital if their condition warrants that. Right?
Yes, I agree. I think the CDNA guidelines have the assumption that the care of the residents would remain in the facility.
And then perhaps just further along those lines, if you go to page 111, at the top of the page, the RCF should engage an infection control consultant or make contact with the residential in-reach service of their local health service should they require additional support in an outbreak. So there's a practical suggestion, perhaps, about engaging an infection control expert.
I disagree that that's practical advice. That, again, a motherhood statement is that there aren't sufficient infection control consultants for each home to access one or to make contact with them. And or make contact with residential in-reach services. These do not exist nationally for every home to be able to access. These are predicated typically by the state health departments supplying these in-reach services from the acute care hospitals. I don't have the data to say what proportion of care homes have that, and but it's not all homes, and it's not possible for that to occur. I know for a fact in Victoria, not all homes have access to residential in-reach. So that to me again is unhelpful and may work for large metropolitan-based facilities with a aged-friendly service in their local hospital. But it's inadequate as a national guidance for RCFs.
And just to drill down on what you see as the core inadequacy, is it that these statements are aspirational statements that weren't supported by resources and facilities being in place which would allow for implementation of that idea? Is that the problem?
Well, yes, that's absolutely the problem, is that with the best will, you wouldn't be able to implement these across all residential care facilities, and it undercuts the credibility of the guidelines when they hit the approved provider.
What that paragraph then goes on to say is they may also be available. That's a reference back to the local health service, I think. They may also be available to assist the RCF to avoid the transfer of residents to hospital where possible.
Yes, which goes to my point that the CDNA guidelines have been written with the underlying view that residents should not be moved to hospitals for care.
Are you of the view that this guideline, and I think I know what your answer is going to be, but are you of the view that this guideline provided adequate guidance in respect of that issue, i.e. when it is that residents should be moved out of the home?
No, it didn't provide that guidance. It left it open-ended, but provides that the overall tenor is that you should not be moving residents to hospital.
On the state of the guidelines that were in place at this time, whose decision was it?
Well, that's really a fascinating question about that, given that the onus, based on the guidelines, the onus sits with the approved provider. In normal circumstances, the decision about whether you or I choose to go to hospital is up to you or I to present to hospital. So in normal circumstances, if the resident wants to go to the hospital, the resident should have the ability to go to hospital. What tends to happen is that there is a filter in terms of the staff of the facility advising the resident, then perhaps the general practitioner, then you have the paramedics, and then you have the admitting officer, the emergency department, are all different tiers in getting you access to it. But in Australia, the citizens of Australia are able to walk into any public hospital emergency room at any time they desire to seek care.
So, to summarise, you have certain overarching responsibilities being placed upon the aged care provider, right?
Yes.
First of all. Second of all, you've got issues arising from the principles of individualised care and respecting the wishes of patients.
Yes.
And thirdly, you have the layer or the factor of advice, guidance or protocols that are coming from the local health service that's going to provide the medical care.
Yes, they may be explicit. Typically, they're more implied, and they're and based on past behaviour or their response when you seek help.
Did the guideline landscape that was in place as at April 2020 provide adequate guidance in terms of negotiating those different interests.
No, they weren't. What the guidelines repeatedly stressed was that residents were not to go to hospital, that the avenues the approved provider was to pursue were not feasible in negotiating plans for outbreak management, in that the request to negotiate with acute hospitals about what was to happen. I'm not aware of homes that managed to do that, nor was there a pathway to do that.
When a protocol is stated, for example, the protocol that we find at 5.1 of the guideline, transfer residents to hospital only if their condition warrants, and you can take it as read that there is evidence in these inquests of other similar types of protocols, transfer residents to hospital if medically indicated, for example. Is it the case that that qualification, only if their condition warrants, if medically indicated, requires particular attention to the individual case?
It does in part, but not wholly, because the guideline, one of the fundamental issues is that the writing and the information provided fails to acknowledge the risk to others. And so that in normal circumstances, the individual makes decisions about their care with their health providers. With COVID, your decision when you're in a communal living arrangement has significant impact on your co-residents, who may not know what your condition is and have no say in what you're doing, but their decision directly impacts on your health and directly impacts on the staff's health. So that the notion that this should be individualized, I think, is far too simplistic. The classic example is, well, we all know, if you turn up to work sick because you wish to continue doing your job because it's important to you, you place others at risk of becoming ill who have had no say in that decision. And so again, this is not a decision only for you. You have both rights and responsibilities.
I'm going to ask you this question now, but we might come back to it again later when I give you ask you some specific questions about other options and the benefits of hospitalisation and things of that nature. But just looking at this particular guideline, transfer residents to hospital only if their condition warrants, clearly you're taking issue with the appropriateness of that guideline.
Yes.
What should the guideline have said?
Well, this was my biggest bugbear, was we didn't debate and contest what it should say in a collaborative and multidisciplinary setting, in that we get a balance of opinions about what ought to happen and what the conditions ought to be, so that the decision's left to the individual practitioner, who will be swayed by the direction they're receiving from their employer. The direction also depends on what resources are or are not available, so that if the pandemic was to such an extent that the hospitals were completely overwhelmed and you had no choice but to provide care in place, then that's what you'd need to do. If the healthcare system was not stressed and had capacity, then you would have a lower threshold for transfer. It comes back to, are we looking after the individual patient, or are we making decisions that look after the collective in that community or communal living? And these are far more nuanced decisions that require more information to make that decision at that time.
Such that basic protocol, like the one I've just taken you to in the guideline, is not sufficiently nuanced. It's not variegated. It doesn't take account of these various contingencies. Is that the key issue?
I think it's unhelpful, and I think the message that's hidden within it is do not send our residents to acute hospitals. That is the implied flavour throughout that whole document.
I'm going to come back to that particular issue, Professor. Just while we're on the subject of guidelines, were you aware of a guideline called, which may have been published on or about the 20th of March 2020, called the Interim Guidelines for Clinical Management of COVID-19 in Adults, published by the Australian Society for Infectious Diseases Limited, or ACID?
No, I can't say I recall that.
That is, and I should say, that's not a document that is specific to the aged care facility. It's a generic document, and it's one that's been published, as I said, by the Society for Infectious Diseases. So it's within a particular medical discipline that this document has come to light. But was that, you weren't aware of it at the time?
I wasn't aware of it, and my issue at the time was that the highest risk population was the vulnerable older person, and a lot of the work that was being produced was focused around, I guess, not that population. That they were dealing with where the greatest number of people would be involved in becoming ill, rather than in the population that had the highest case fatality rate.
The last aspect of this, these guidelines that I want to ask you about is the self-assessment form that you refer to in your report. You refer specifically to it at page 15, paragraph 73. You refer to a self-assessment form that was little more than a tick sheet.
That's correct.
Can I just show you this document? It's volume 21, tab 7. And you tell me whether or not this is the tick sheet that you are referring to. This type of document.
Yes, it is.
Now, thank you. We can go to I can take you to one part of your report. This is the way you commenced your first answer about preparation. It's page 11, paragraph 48. You say this: the simple answer is that Newmarch House was not adequately prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic prior to 11 April 2020. Now, can I just ask you to state what are the key reasons for that opinion?
The key reasons were the nature of the size of the outbreak and how it was managed. And having gone through the reports that, there were clearly gaps in leadership, teamwork, staffing resources, managing equipment, the processes of care. There were, I think, global organisational failures in care for the older person.
Right, so these are problems at both the level of the facility itself, but also problems beyond the facility. You've just referred to organisational failures. Do you mean,
Yes.
and within which organisation are you referring to there?
Well, so the question was specifically about Newmarch. So if I look at Newmarch House was not functional as a aged care home for the residents that needed their usual care, nor was it functioning in the provision of care for people with COVID. The root cause of why this occurred, I think, sits at a higher level and sits more with the state and federal departments, potentially the regulator, and CDNA in creating this false narrative or perception that you're ready by going through their documents, and not being provided the avenues or the direction about where you would source the material that you would need, the staff that you would need, or that there would be willing support from the acute hospitals to assist you at the time of an outbreak.
Noting what you say about responsibility falling at the feet of the respective government agencies, and the key theme there, if I can suggest this, is that they weren't providing enough direction and support. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Noting that, were there particular failures on the part of Newmarch House itself that fell within their responsibilities?
That's harder to unpack in terms of, I think that they were put in a difficult position. And as I've said in the report, that Newmarch House had to, I guess, manage the situation differently to the resources that had been given to Dorothy Henderson Lodge and the support that they'd received. That the staff, the leadership at Newmarch did not appear to cope with the circumstances that were put in front of them. Whether these circumstances you'd consider to be reasonable and that they should have, or whether those circumstances were extraordinary and no one would manage, I think is a question to debate. But clearly the organisation and leadership had substantial gaps from what I've read.
There's been evidence in this inquest about the extent to which there was or wasn't an executive presence at Newmarch House during the height of the outbreak. It appears that a decision was made to either keep the executive team away from the home or limit their contact so as not to bring about a result that they would become infected with COVID and take out the leadership of the organisation. Do you have a response to that state of affairs?
I think sometimes you want the executive out of the way and to allow the people that know what they're doing to deal with what is a clinical public health emergency. The day-to-day work of the executive team in residential aged care is not dealing with these types of episodes. They're more focused on their business model, financial model, running a business. They're not equipped to run a health-related emergency. So, their decision to step back in part makes sense, but it also undercuts the culture and confidence in the staff who are actually on the front line. A better approach would be to rotate or split your management team so that you don't have to lose all of them should something untoward happen. you need the presence from your leaders, but you also need your leaders to delegate or allow people who know what they're doing to get the job done. And I think an incident controller was desperately needed, rather than relying on the CEO to suddenly be fully equipped and knowledgeable about how to manage an outbreak in a pandemic. I think the additional pressures of both state, federal departments, the regulator being present. As a doctor, I'd want my executive there to deal with the BS that comes with having to deal with those regulatory and bureaucratic departments. And so it makes it very difficult if you've got to navigate the politics of the situation as well as the clinical demands of the situation.
What sort of skill set would you want to see in an incident controller, that position that you've just referred to?
Well, I think the skill sets are the ones that we've seen in people that are able to manage fires, floods. In hospitals, it usually goes to senior nurses who are the incident controllers, or senior medical practitioners who are familiar with, trained in disaster preparedness. So emergency department physicians, as I said, senior nurses who understand the nuts and bolts about how a place operates and also understand the clinical context. It's not one I'd expect someone with a law degree or an MBA to be able to step in and manage a pandemic. That's just not what it's not the first thing that comes to mind is I'm going to go to a lawyer to help me run an outbreak in a residential aged care facility.
The fundamental skill set you're referring to there appears to be in the area of emergency management. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that require clinical medical knowledge, this position?
It doesn't require medical so much as having clinical knowledge.
Right. And what do you mean by clinical knowledge?
So the difference is that a nurse would be well equipped, if not better equipped, in a residential care setting, because that nurse would understand the workforce better, would understand the duties and roles and capabilities of the nurses and the personal care workers far better than a doctor would.
I mean, in this case, the position of facility manager was occupied by a person with nursing experience and nursing qualifications. There is evidence that their role, to use an expression that arose in the evidence, even in times of peace, was an onerous role. And I think it's fair to say that in the context of this particular outbreak, that position became overburdened. So what's the difference between someone in a position of a facility manager with a nursing background and an incident controller?
Well, the incident controller's primary role is to manage the disaster, not to manage the disaster and everything else and keep doing their regular job. That's the reason you designate an incident controller is to say your one job is to make sure we manage this disaster as well as we can, and you have the authority to deliver or make decisions that assist with that. The scale of it would require typically at least 2 or 3 other people involved with that incident controller, so that you've got a leadership team to manage the full scope of it.
Now, I understand that I appreciate that the focus of your evidence is on the lack of support or direction provided by government agencies. But just while we're focusing on this, the question of preparation and the adequacy of preparation, is it your opinion that a leadership structure of the kind that you're referring to should have been put in place prior to the outbreak in April of 2020?
At Newmarch?
Yes, at Newmarch.
Um, uh, in my opinion, yes, but my opinion was really not the mainstream. In that my concern, I had a greater level of concern than I think most of my peers at the time about the potential for a catastrophe. And I personally believe that being prepared and not having to use that is far better than holding back resources, waiting till you clearly have the problem. I think the other point just to make, which I've got in my statement, but is that the preparation of Newmarch would have been, again, they would have been misled by having benchmarked with others and met the expectation of the regulator and followed the guidelines of the federal government. They would have thought that they were prepared.
That comes back to the absence of adequate guidance in relation to preparation.
Yes, and that's why I think that having a specific team appointed to develop your pandemic or your outbreak pandemic plan would have been more successful, because you have 2 or 3 different opinions rather than having one manager having to go through a tick sheet. And not having a countervailing voice or an opinion. You essentially needed to do a desktop sort of scenario and assume the worst and work your way through it as a desktop exercise.
Can I now take you to a different topic? And this concerns the question of the appropriateness of seeking to implement a hospital in the home approach, or perhaps more correctly, a hybrid hospital in the home virtual aged care service approach at the facility during the outbreak. Now, you've addressed this issue from page 29 of your report, where you have a section entitled Utilisation of Hospital in the Home Model, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that section, you make reference to the fact that the home is not a health facility, that the residents there presented with multiple morbidities or multi-morbidities. You refer to constraints in terms of staffing, the capacity of staff to deal with an emergency of this kind. And then, particularly at page 30 of your report, you deal with address a number of factors, such as the significant number of infections, the absence of a hospital infrastructure, the demand placed on staffing when people become unwell, as opposed to the usual demands placed on staffing, matters of that kind.
Yes.
So we have that information, but can I just ask you generally, was it the case that it was appropriate to try and impose an approach of this kind in the context of the outbreak?
My short answer is no, it's not. Particularly at that time, that the health system was not under pressure from the pandemic, that the ability to care for the residents was much greater in a hospital setting. So when we're juggling what to do, we want to be thinking about, this was early on. This was a new disease that wasn't well understood. And yet we decide, or someone decides, that the best approach is to leave the residents in place rather than move them to a hospital setting when there were, I assume there were beds available and there was capacity to manage what is a relatively small number of residents. And I understand that the Nepean Hospital's got 500 plus beds. And so we're looking here at not even 10% of their bed capacity would have been required. The other thing I should say is that it's not been the use of hospital in the home to this extent. I'm not aware has been done any time previously. That the small number of patients, 3 or 5, would be enough to stress out a residential care facility.
There's evidence in this inquest, just to come back to that issue about the capacity at Nepean Hospital, that there was a ward that had been set up to accept COVID-19 patients, which had in the order of 28 to 30 beds, with 2 negative pressure rooms, 6 single rooms, and then the remaining rooms being 4-bed rooms. And there was also contingency planning in terms of what would occur if that ward became full, and that included the use of other wards in the hospital. And there was another ward that was notionally set aside in that respect. Does that impact on your answer at all, that type of logistical?
Well, no, it reinforces that what we have here are older people with COVID, a hospital geared to take patients with COVID, and yet it doesn't happen.
Right.
Yeah, why?
I'm going to delve deeper into this issue, but it's now 11:02. Your Honour indicated you wish to take morning tea now, so
Yes.
that might be a convenient time.
Certainly. We'll take a very short morning tea. Professor Ibrahim, we're going to just take a short break for morning tea, and then we'll return to continue your evidence. We'll come back at 11:20.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Coroners Court is temporarily
Mr. Buchan.
Thank you. Professor, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Can I ask you firstly about is it possible to get the Professor up on the screen so we can see him?
When he starts talking, it'll come up.
Is it possible to, could I ask you to give some evidence about the criteria as you understood it for a hospital in the home approach? Was it an approach that was designed to be used in circumstances like those that subsisted at Newmarch House?
If I recall at the time, I was not aware of criteria. There was considerable debate about whether care should be in place or whether transfer to a hospital ought to occur. There's a number of factors to consider. One is the current resources available in the acute health system, and whether there was capacity to manage. And also the question about what was the potential benefit of transfer for the individual from the facility, and what were the potential benefits for the co-residents for a person to be transferred. My understanding is a lot of the decisions did not have clear structural criteria around making those decisions. And it really involves a collective approach to evaluate, as I've said, the resources that are available, the current size of the outbreak, what help is available in the facility, and what are the wishes of the residents, their families, and the co-residents that are not affected. So to give you an example, it would be perfectly feasible that you might need to evacuate a home because you don't have sufficient staff to provide usual care, as one extreme. And the other extreme is that if the acute care hospital is overfilled and is unable to cope with the volume of illness in the community, that your best option might be to stay within the facility because there is nowhere for that person to go. And somewhere in between, I don't think it's a decision for one individual.
In your report at paragraph 170, where you are referring to a consideration being whether patients being admitted to a hospital in the home approach have clinical conditions suitable for treatment in that model, you refer to typically that these are patients who are clinically stable with a single acute illness such as a bladder or chest infection with a known clinical trajectory. Can I just ask you to expand on that in terms of what you understood was a more likely candidate or appropriate candidate for hospital in the home approach?
So for the history of hospital in the home was really as a substitution model. And so the onus was on the hospital to demonstrate that care of the person in their own home was the same as if they would be in hospital. So how it developed was really, as I've described here, for a single acute illness with a known trajectory, with a clear intervention that would be readily implemented in the home. These are not the conditions for managing an outbreak during a pandemic. The circumstances are quite different. And the question here is not so much should you apply a hospital in the home model, which, by the way, requires the informed consent of the patient. It's not unilaterally applied, doesn't apply here. And so, as I've said, that if you're looking at clinical indications for a person to be transferred to hospital who has COVID, then clinically the decision would be balanced on what does that resident want, how acute and severe is their illness, is it remediable, could you treat it in hospital, and does the transfer outweigh the risks of remaining in place? And we would have seen a range of transfers based on residents that are anxious and fearful, through to with mild disease, through to those with moderate disease where the family want to know that everything possible could be done, and the patients where you're not sure whether COVID is the dominant issue or whether there's something else. And so you need the diagnostics available in an acute hospital to inform the next step in their care. So it's not simple. And the notion that you'd set up hospital in the home in all aged care facilities across Australia as a primary principle is not workable.
Is it also problematic to seek to apply an across-the-board hospital in the home approach in a particular facility?
I think it's very problematic in that if you're running a service, then you need to, I guess, you need the medical staff, the nursing staff. They need to understand how they're going to work together, where your patients are located, and that you've got access to the resources, be it the diagnostic, the treatment modalities that you want, and the clinical support services that keep the place running. I mean, doctors and nurses provide the clinical care, but the cleaners, the kitchen staff, the laundry, all of those other people are central to having a productive and well-equipped service. And to imagine that you could suddenly transplant that notion of a 20-bed ward into an aged care facility is, I think, ill-conceived.
In your report, you detail, or you make clear that a hospital infrastructure is missing in an aged care facility. This is obviously directly relevant to what you've just said.
Yes.
About whether it was ill-conceived to attempt to establish a surrogate hospital ward within an aged care facility. And what you point out there is that the hospital has more medical practitioners and nurses, it has allied health staff, clinical support services, there's access to pathology, imaging, biomedical and other equipment, which is not readily available outside of the hospital setting, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then at paragraph 177, you set out a number of reasons for the transfer to acute care. And those reasons include better able to address all the potential clinical issues that will arise, the treatment of those who require it can be escalated, lives can be saved, protects other residents within the facility. Again, this point that an aged care facility is not designed to function as a hospital ward, that aged care staff don't have the relevant clinical and IPC knowledge, skills and experience, and then you introduce the problem of substantive new staff coming into the facility, right? You know that part of the report that I've just referred to. Now, there's been further evidence obtained in these inquests about the benefits of hospitalisation. There is a statement that's been put on by Dr. Roth, W-R-O-T-H, who was the Chief Clinical Advisor to the regulator, and you've referenced her report in your report, so you know the part where she refers to the benefits of hospitalisation. Can I just ask that Professor Curl's statement be brought up online for a moment? And paragraph 165 in particular. Can I ask you, Professor, just to read, have you read Professor Curl's report? Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can I just ask you to look at paragraph 165, just re-familiarise yourself with that?
Yes, I have.
And then just moving to the next page, because it goes over the page.
Yes, I've read that and agree with it.
That's headed off my next question, whether you agree or disagree with any aspect of, let me put it this way, do you disagree with any aspect of that
No, I don't
paragraph?
disagree with any aspect.
Right. What do you say to the suggestion that putting aside the that form of treatment that is available in an ICU, namely mechanical ventilation, that otherwise an equivalent level of care to what you would receive in hospital was available in the home, applying the hospital in the home virtual aged care service model?
Object to that. I don't know that this witness was instructed to consider the issue and whether he has the details of everything that was available.
All right. Mr. Buchan?
Well, let me just ask a more general question then, because that objection focuses on the specific details of the program that was envisaged. At a higher level of generality, what's your opinion about the capacity to provide hospital-level care within an aged care facility setting?
Object to that too, for the reason that a high level of generality is not going to assist Your Honour.
Yeah. All right. I'll ask this question.
All right.
Why do you say it was ill-conceived to seek to effectively treat the aged care facility as a virtual hospital ward?
There's a number of reasons. Let's start with the staffing. Over the last 20 years, we've known that the proportion of nursing staff's reduced across all aged care facilities. And it's down to around, I think, 10 to 15% of registered nurses and about 20, I think it's around 15 to 20% of enrolled nurses. So the vast majority or the vast workforce in residential aged care are personal care attendants who have a Certificate 3. They don't have clinical knowledge, and they're not even compelled to have a Certificate 3 to work in aged care. So I would have a workforce that was 60 to 80%, which had no clinical capability. The number of residents with COVID require closer monitoring and they require equipment. And we know, I don't know if this was a situation in Newmarch, but I know facilities had no access to thermometers, didn't have the biomedical equipment that was required to monitor. You need both the equipment and the staff to know how to apply it and how to interpret the data around monitoring a patient. And the availability of a rapid medical review, access to therapeutic agents, fluids would be far more limited. There's no diagnostics that are readily available. You couldn't, as far as I know, you couldn't X-ray people easily at Newmarch. And the overall view is that you're doing this as a desperate last measure because there's nothing else available. And you haven't gone to the lengths of discussing it or asking both the residents about what they want, and a fundamental shift in the operations of a facility requires then the consent of the other residents that are occupying the building. If you're going to repurpose my home, such as it is, I ought to have a say in how you're going to repurpose it. And if you're repurposing 20 beds out of 80, that's a quarter of the home. So for all of those reasons, and on top of it, in terms of familiarity, both with the medical records of the hospital versus the clinical records in the facility, are they aligned? Do they match? You exclude the general practitioners, who are the primary care providers for the residents who know the resident, and they no longer often have a role once you have hospital in the home, because hospital in the home requires it to be a hospital admission, which now excludes the GPs. I could continue on enumerating, but hopefully that's enough to give a sense of why I don't think it would work.
Can I now put to you a number of rationales or reasons that have featured in the evidence that the inquest has obtained so far against hospital transfer, and just ask you to comment on each of these. The first rationale is that there are benefits to the elderly residents from keeping them in a familiar environment, and that removing them from their familiar environment can be a distressing experience and lead to adverse outcomes.
Oh, well, basically that's true. The question is, what is the benefit of moving them, and does it outweigh the risk that's been put forward? What I find is people rarely provide a balanced approach, and that we all become distressed when we're unwell, and we all get distressed having to go to hospital. But I'd put it to everyone in the court is, would you not go to hospital because it's distressing, even though you needed it to help you with your health? So I think that, yes, that's one point. The other point is that the familiar environment in an outbreak in a facility is no longer familiar. What proportion of the staff are no longer there? The staff that are there are gloved and gowned. You are either restricted to your room, you're getting less information, you've got no contact with family or minimal contact with family. So this notion that care in place is better is only true if the place hasn't changed substantially.
Can I ask you, have you got your report with you?
Yes, I do.
Can you please turn to page 31?
Yes.
And you'll see at paragraph 178, you commence addressing an approach you describe as sheltering in place. Do you see
That's
that there?
correct. Yes.
Paragraph 179, you refer to the fact that that's been proffered as a reason for hospital in the home. And I think that is the rationale that I've put to you. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I should be a little bit clearer about the sheltering in place. I've probably stretched it a little in that sheltering in place for natural disasters such as bushfires and floods is not the same as hospital in the home. The debate was that the sheer issue of evacuating a home creates hazards around patients becoming lost, that medication issues arise in incomplete transfers, a lack of information. So if I'm evacuating a home because of a natural disaster, sometimes I can have more deaths due to the evacuation rather than staying in place. Right. Now, the staying in place, and the reason to associate that with hospital in the home is the assumption is that the risks of moving residents is so great that it would be preferable to offer them a lower level of care as you'd get with hospital in the home than moving them. And so you really hear arguing relative risks.
But I want to come to that separately, that particular countervailing consideration. But before I do, at 179, you then go on to say, by remaining in place, this is the last sentence, it is argued that they have the benefit of a familiar environment and are known to staff. You see that there?
Yes.
And then, for example, at paragraph 180, 181, you talk about the reality of remaining at the facility and that is related to the evidence that you just gave orally a moment ago about the fact that they're no longer in their familiar environment, right?
That's correct.
Can I ask you what exactly you're getting at in the first sentence of paragraph 180, when you say the comparison is one-sided and inaccurate? It highlights the harm of hospital-based care and compares this to pre-pandemic benefits of remaining in place at the facility. Just expand on that, please.
So most of the discussion and debate is around how the benefits of remaining at home or in the care facility is beneficial because it's familiar, you won't get confused, you're comfortable, you're more likely to accept care. And hospital is painted as a place where you will become delirious, fall over, break your hip, get a pressure ulcer, and die from golden staph. That's how people project or have projected the arguments. Whereas no one discusses how the home changes during an outbreak, and certainly during the pandemic. And no one talks about the benefits of going to hospital for this vulnerable population. So so I don't know. So the last time anyone in court went to hospital, did you not go because people told you might get more confused, you're going to be subject to a medication error, you might be exposed to hospital-acquired infection, and that then meant that you didn't go? And so this is where I think people are only they're providing the positive benefits of being in the care facility and the negative aspects of hospital care, rather than the positive and negative aspects of both settings to allow a balanced decision to be made.
Just moving to the next rationale, might be called the architectural or geographical advantages rationale, namely that Newmarch House, which had 3 different wings, it had single rooms with ensuite bathrooms within those wings, was an ideal architecture or layout in terms of infection prevention, control, containment. Moving patients out of that type of layout into a hospital where there are a limited number of negative pressure rooms or single rooms, and there are things like 4-bed rooms, involved disadvantages from an infection control or containment perspective. Is that an argument against transferring the COVID patients out of Newmarch House?
This is a more complex question than people will generally concede. In terms of containing the infection, then sure, keeping a person exactly where they are with no contact with anyone else reduces the risk of infection to potentially to others. The question here is, am I treating the person in front of me, or am I asking the person in front of me to sacrifice their health for the benefit of others? And have I explained that to the resident? And have I explained it to the others that are at risk? And again, it's this one-sided argument. So if I am sick, I want to go to hospital to get the treatment that I need. And hospitals are equipped to manage infections. They're designed to manage infections. The staff are aware of how to manage larger outbreaks. The fact that there are 4-bedded rooms means that you would put 4 people who were all COVID positive into that 4-bed bay. That's not a reason to have 4 people stay in a residential care facility. So you have 4 people with COVID, each in their own room in a residential care facility, not getting the care that's available in a hospital, where you could house the same 4 in a shared room. It's not, there's no second tier thinking with these general statements.
Can I ask you about I put this to you. Is it the case that when one talks about efficacy of infection containment, that it's not sufficient merely to look at the layout or the geography, the physical geography, but you need to also consider what's happening with staff, the way in which they're moving between different parts of the facility, who they're coming into contact with, and the vectors for infection spread that exists at that level?
Yes, that's absolutely true. And issues around ventilation, availability of PPE, competency with using PPE would all be, I think, better within a hospital setting.
The third rationale, and you've already anticipated this and started addressing it, is that what might be called the transmission rationale, that is, the very act of moving COVID-positive patients out of the home to hospital poses a substantial risk in terms of spreading the infection beyond the facility, and hence moving them is not warranted. What is your response to that rationale?
Well, I don't know how much evidence there is that there's substantive transmission during that process. I think if people are aware of and are taking the precautions, you minimize the risk. The question here is whether you're looking for absolute reduction or whether you accept that there's always going to be a risk in transferring someone with an infectious disease. And the reason for transfer is to provide them with the escalation of care that they need, and to have them in an environment that reduces the risk to others that are not aware. So I would put to you that it would be safer for a paramedic to transfer a person with COVID than it would to leave a person with COVID in a facility and yet have residents who have dementia and do not understand why the place is locked down and continue to walk through or navigate the facility.
Would you expect that if the patients did have to be transferred to hospital, or if they were, I withdraw that, would you expect that if the residents at Newmarch were transferred, that some sort of system or procedure would have been put in place during the movement of the patients to minimise the risk of transmission or spread of the illness?
Yes.
And was that just, I know it's difficult to do this, but casting back to that particular point in time, April 2020, was there the capacity, was there the understanding at that time around these types of procedures? Or was it a complete unknown at that time?
But it wasn't a complete unknown. The other thing is you come back to what people would have talked about as a precautionary principle, is that the sensible thing is to assume the risk is greater than what's been documented and to behave in that manner so that you're able to protect the staff in the transfer. You minimise the number of people involved, you minimise how the transfer occurs. People are wearing masks and you limit the number of people that are transferred. There are logistical issues related to that. And then comes the question about, if the logistics are so difficult, you might then have to reconsider. But if the logistics are difficult, then you owe an explanation to the family and the resident to say, your care is compromised because we're unable to do A, B, C for these reasons, rather than to be telling people we're doing the best we can when in fact that's not the case.
One experience that has been raised in the context of this particular rationale or fear of transmission is the Ruby Princess experience, which had occurred beforehand. Now, there has been some evidence that the Ruby Princess experience largely involved COVID-positive travellers on a ship, on a cruise liner, effectively being released into the community at large. Did that experience provide any relevant insight into, or any relevant justification for the transmission rationale?
I don't think so. I don't think it's. I my opinion is that's a panicked thinking, B, a rationalisation for not providing the care to vulnerable older people who had a high mortality rate. And I think that people, generally the community, and again from the documents we've seen come through, took a fatalistic approach to care of older people and assumed that if you're old and get COVID, you die, and so let's not do too much.
A further rationale is that transferring the COVID positive patients from Newmarch House would have overburdened the hospital system, or being more particular, would have overburdened Nepean Hospital, that local health district. And in that respect, the overseas experience up to that point in time is called in aid, where health services overseas became overburdened during the pandemic. First of all, what is your response to that rationale?
Well, it's frustrating to hear that some of the international experience is taken into consideration to justify one action, but the other international experience about the impact on aged care homes was not. The other point to make is one, Nepean is a large hospital, and we would know if it was stressed and didn't have capacity. Beds are monitored very closely on a daily, if not hourly basis in acute hospitals. Two, New South Wales is a large state with a lot of hospital beds. And if there was a problem with Nepean managing, they may have considered either transferring patients that could have been cared for at another facility, or they could have redirected patients to another facility to manage. Three, at that time, there was a lot of consideration given to reducing elective waiting lists. And so bed capacity, generally speaking, was better at that time than it is under ordinary circumstances. The fourth point is, what's the point of having healthcare if we can't access it? So I didn't see any information come forward that said that Nepean Hospital was over capacity and was collapsing under the pressure of healthcare demands.
There is evidence that something in the order of 11 to 13 COVID positive cases had been admitted into Nepean Hospital up to the 11th of April 2020.
So if they've got a 24-bed ward assigned, they could have taken 13 patients from Newmarch as a start. The other thing is that the patients with COVID will declare themselves one way or the other. They're not all going to stay in hospital for an intractable amount of time.
I take it that one of the benefits of transferring patients out from somewhere like Newmarch House, aside from the benefits of hospitalisation that you've referred to in your evidence and that others have referred to, is that it would have taken a significant amount of pressure off the aged care facility.
Yes, and I think that was one of the reasons that Dorothy Henderson Lodge managed their outbreak, because a volume of complexity and work was moved out of the facility, which allowed them to function. If you think, even if you halved the number of residents who had COVID out of Newmarch, that would have substantially reduced their workload. And reducing the workload means you reduce the number of staff you've got to interact with, which reduces the complexity in communication and planning. And so if Nepean was under pressure, you might have looked at a blended model that had a small number of residents looked after at Newmarch, perhaps 5 would be sort of a number that might be manageable when the others are looked after at Nepean or potentially transferred to another hospital.
The final consideration that has arisen for consideration is this. I withdraw that. A final matter that's arisen for consideration is this, that there appears to be acceptance that leaving elderly patients isolated within a room can have deleterious consequences for those residents. Do you agree with that, first of all?
I think that applies to all people, so more so with older people who, but that social isolation for every person has a deleterious effect on health.
But here I'm specifically referring to the consequence of deconditioning that can occur in elderly patients when they are left in a state of prolonged isolation in an aged care facility.
Yes, that's true. I think I'd just take you up on the word. It doesn't have to be prolonged. Deconditioning occurs much quicker than most people recognise or think.
But obviously, the longer the isolation period, the greater the risk of that type of deleterious outcome.
Yes.
Now, what do you say to this suggestion that that type of problem is equally present in the hospital setting, in that if patients were admitted into a COVID ward in hospital, there would be reduced visitation rights or access to those patients. They would experience the same type of deleterious outcomes in hospital, such that it's a neutral factor.
Well, it's not a neutral factor because the hospital staff are aware of deconditioning as a major issue in hospital-based care. You usually have programs to manage that, have staff that have more clinical knowledge, experience to assist with reducing or avoiding functional decline. The knowledge of a registered nurse in a public hospital compared to the knowledge of a personal care attendant with or without a Certificate 3 is substantive. The other issue is that being in a hospital gives you the confidence to do what's needed because you've got the support around you, which is not the case in a nursing home. And people being in a single room means that there's no other eyes on them. So no one knows what you are or are not doing because you've got such a closed system. And again, that's not the situation in a hospital where you have peer review. In a sense, you've got almost peer review of your behavior and actions from your colleagues around you. And you've got that collective sense of notion of care for the patient that reduces that risk of functional decline.
Can I just ask you about these statistics and whether anything can be drawn from them? At Newmarch House, there were 37 confirmed COVID cases. Out of the 37, 19 residents passed away, 18 survived. I want you to assume that out of the 19 who passed away, 2 of those residents were hospitalised, whereas 17 remained in the home. In respect to the 18 survivors, 7 of those residents were hospitalised and 11 were treated in the home. So what, in broad terms, what that reduces to is this, that out of the 9 people who were transferred to hospital, 7 survived. which is a percent, as expressed as a percentage, is 78%. Out of the 28 residents who were treated in the home, 11 survived, which expressed as a percentage is 39%. Now, in broad terms, that suggests about twice the survival rate in hospital has occurred at the home. Now, just to provide you with a little bit more information, of the 7 confirmed positive cases who were sent to hospital and survived, there was an age spread of as follows: 66, 76, 83, 88, 89, 94, 96. All had medical conditions. Some of those had serious comorbidities. And 5 out of the 7 who were transferred and survived in hospital had either dementia, schizophrenia, or some form of cognitive impairment. Now, just against that background, can anything be drawn from that type of comparison?
I object to this. For the statistical analysis to have any merit, the expert who makes it clear in his report he did not do a clinical review would need to have the clinical details and an analysis of each and every person referred to. I'm not sure it's as simple as a pure statistical analysis.
That's the point of the question. When I say, can anything be taken from the statistics, it is to ask the expert who's in the witness box whether the assumption in the objection is actually correct, whether there's any utility in those figures at all. That's the point of the question.
I see. All right, I'll allow the question.
Professor?
I think the statistics can be used to frame an argument either way. When you're comparing mortality rates, you've got to compare both the person, so the person, their age and their comorbid conditions. You have to be aware of the disease severity, and you then also have to factor in the clinical decision that was made, as well as the clinical care that was provided. So you can explain the figures in any number of ways. One, that it was better to be transferred out, but the reason for transfer might be that you select out the middle group who are likely to do best in hospital, and the ones that have mild disease you don't transfer out, and the ones that are going to die because they've got severe disease, you provide care in place, and you end up with almost a self-fulfilling situation. And the numbers are too small to provide definitive, in my opinion, to provide a definitive illustration one way or the other. And you'd also need to substantially risk adjust, which is, again, going back to age, disease, treatment. I think the point, what I don't want to do is get lost in the statistics. And one of the challenges with the pandemic was having to wait till you had enough events to make it available for detailed analysis. The point here is about what are my legal rights as a citizen in Australia when I have an illness? Do I have the right to go to hospital or not? And do I have the right to know who is providing my care? And do I have the right to have the full range of options explained to me? I think that's far more important than the statistical analysis.
Can I now, and just in that vein, you've also cautioned against drawing simple analogies or contrasts with what happened at Dorothy Henderson Lodge, correct?
Yes. I can explain that. So the reason there's a multitude of reasons. One of the first ones is this cognitive bias known as outcome bias. When something good happens, we go back and look for the things that made it work. And when something bad happens, we go back and look for where all the problems arose, and it becomes self-fulfilling. So because Dorothy Henderson Lodge had a lower number of deaths, they must have done things well. And
Yeah.
because Newmarch had a high number of deaths, they must have done things wrong. Whereas that's not necessarily the case. Is you want to be looking at the actions and how they translated rather than to be viewing them from the frame of good or bad.
Right. Now, in that vein, at paragraph 110 of your report on page 20, after setting out that type of bias or simplistic assumption that needs to be guarded against in drawing simple comparisons, you then do proceed to point out what you described as some of the key lessons from DHL, from the Dorothy Henderson Lodge experience. And in particular, you refer to the critical importance of swift, wide-ranging and definitive action in terms of early containment.
Yes.
And you go on to talk about the consequences of a delayed or ineffective early response.
Yes.
Can a comparison or a contrast be drawn between what happened at Dorothy Henderson Lodge and Newmarch House in respect of that type of factor?
I think you certainly you can draw the comparison. The question is, are you? There's a whole lot of reasons why swift early action works, and part of it is in reducing the size of the outbreak, which reduces the number of people that need additional care, which reduces the number of staff that you've got to draw on, which reduces the whole complexity of managing that. I guess if I give an example, and I don't know, it's a bit like organising a birthday party for a small group in your home versus managing a 21st birthday party. The complexities are far, far greater, and it's here that if I've got less people to deal with, I'm better able to do what I can do. So I'm likely to be calmer. I'm likely to have staff working with me. I'm likely to get around and talk to everyone and be able to communicate with family. And so I look like I've managed the situation brilliantly, but I've managed it. I've had the time to be able to do that because the size of it's been small because I started early. And so if I've delayed the start, it means that my problem is so much larger. It doesn't mean that I've handled it badly in those circumstances. It's just become overwhelming.
Just now applying that to what happened at Newmarch House, if it is the case, Professor, that the first line of defence in terms of outbreak containment was lost, and I'm talking about spread within the facility, did that mean that hospitalisation should have been pursued to take pressure off the system?
Again, short answer is yes. The longer answer is, what stage of the pandemic are we in? What are the resources that we've got in terms of health across our region and our state? What are the other consequences that we can't see, that aren't in front of us, that need consideration? Which is why my central argument has been is that preparation for the pandemic required a multidisciplinary group to be able to look at these elements and come to a considered decision and then relay that to the community, that there is no one right way of doing things. If Nepean had capacity and there wasn't demand, then I think they should have taken the residents. If Nepean was swamped and every other hospital in the state was swamped and our ICUs were full to bursting, then we needed different plans about what we would do in that situation.
Can I just put to you two other options that arose for consideration or discussion in the various meetings that were conducted between the various agencies and officials as the outbreak progressed? One was to decant, that's the word that's used unfortunately in the meeting, to decant positive cases out of the home into the private hospital network, noting that there was an NPA or national partnership in agreement between the aged care sector and private hospitals for private hospitals to make beds available if need arose. Are you aware of that national partnership agreement or something called an NPA? And what's your comment about that proposal?
Yes, I was aware.
And what do you say about that particular option, decanting positive cases out of the home into the private hospital network in that way?
Again, we'll have pros and cons, but I think it's clearly an option that could have been adopted. The question then comes, does the private hospital have the actual capacity? So the agreement is that the privates would help out. The more detailed question is, do they have the desire and the capacity to take on this task at that time?
Right. You've given evidence about the advantages of a public hospital and the level of care that can be provided in that environment. Is there a distinction between the level of care that's able to be provided in a private hospital?
In my opinion, yes, there is. Private hospitals are predominantly driven by elective surgery. They don't. It's changing, but if you want to stereotype that, they're predominantly for elective surgery and less complex matters than for the public. They also don't usually have the same medical infrastructure that you find in a public hospital. And again, that's changing. The other thing is, I don't know how easy it is for them to get the staff that they need.
But would there have been any advantages in moving a cohort of positive patients, COVID-positive residents, from the home to a private hospital?
Well, I think that the advantages are, I think the residents transferred would have had access to better clinical care. The workload on Newmarch would have fallen considerably. The risk of infection to the other residents would also have dropped. And so in terms of the benefits, I think there were considerable ones. In terms of the risk, you come back to the question that was raised about infection risk with transfer, which is a realistic possibility, but I don't think that should have been the overwhelming consideration. And you also have the issue about managing residential aged care in a private hospital, which generally aren't that familiar with the care needs of. But that could have been managed by either detailed handover, having staff from Newmarch attend and provide information and help, and collaboration with the geriatric clinical service for the region.
Another option that was canvassed was decanting or moving negative residents out of the home. But one factor that's been raised as complicating that issue is who's a true negative. Do you need to test someone 2 times, 3 times, 4 times before you can be satisfied that they're a true negative? What's your response to that scenario?
I think when you think through the possible options, the core goal is to separate the people that have the infection from those that don't. and to have a staging area for people that are indeterminate. So it's the indeterminate ones where you want to be monitoring closely and have them separate from both the positives and the negatives, because you don't want them to get the infection if they were a negative. Sorry, this is getting convoluted. Let me just you essentially have three groups. You have patients that don't have the infection, patients that do. The ones that do have the infection, you know exactly how you should proceed. You have this middle group where you're uncertain. And so you've got to be particularly cautious with that uncertain group, because you don't want those who don't have the infection to get it, and you don't want those who already have the infection to pass it on. It's just that you don't know yet. So from what I've seen is that it's been rare to move people that are COVID negative out because of a large uncertainty about whether they're actually suspected COVID. And now you're playing a sort of, you're looking at the odds. And when you're making decisions based on relative risk or the odds of something, you want to understand the context of the decision at the time and with what else is going on to know whether to take that risk or not. So I think that the preferred option and the clearer one would be to transfer those that are COVID positive out. And the ones that are suspected COVID, you could transfer them out, but you don't want to be cohorting them in the same room together. Does that make sense? I know it's a bit...
Yeah, certainly what you've said makes sense, but it's clearly that's a complex option.
It's very complex, and I think you worry about, because I come back to trying to manage the situation, you want to minimize the extra work that's got to be done. And you certainly don't want to be sending out 20 people who you think are negative to a new site that then become positive, and now you've got a bigger problem, because you'd be transferring the well patients out to are you saying that you're going to transfer the non-COVID positives to a private hospital or to a different facility?
So is that a question?
Yes.
No. It was a rhetorical question, though, was it? Or a question that you wanted a response?
No, that's all right. Well, we'll just leave it there.
Yeah, I think so. I just want to change tack now and ask you some questions about the advanced care planning process and the issue of consent. In the context of what was happening at Newmarch House, what is your opinion as to the minimum requirements of what had to occur to ensure that informed consent was obtained from the residents and their families? And first of all, can I direct you to the issue of admission to the hospital in the home program itself?
Well, I think for admission to the hospital in the home, it should have been a clear outline that, one, there was a choice. So I'm not clear that there was a choice, that they could go, am I offering a hospital? Sorry, let me rephrase. If I come to the patient, am I offering them, you stay in Newmarch with your GP, or you come into this new program of hospital in the home, which Nepean is helping us? And these are my two options, when in fact my third option, or my third option is I get to go to Nepean Hospital, as is my right as a citizen. Or my fourth option is I get to go home with my family if that can be provided. So what are the options being laid out in front of the resident? My question is, who is laying out those options? Because I personally believe that there is an unconscious bias depending on from where that consent or who is seeking that consent. And so the first thing is, what are the options? The second part is, who am I representing? So I need to be declaring to the family and the residents that I am an employee of the State Health Department whose priority is containment of infection. I'm an employee of Nepean, and we believe the best way to manage this is hospital in the home, or I am your GP, and I am here to advise you, and it's our relationship that is most important, and I've got no consideration about the other aspects of it. And then I expect information about the pros and cons of those options.
Right. Can you be more specific about what the unconscious bias is, or the potential for a conflict of interest?
Well, the unconscious. So, if I am
I object to this. There's been more than one person who took consent, who was involved in these processes, and none of this was put to them.
Mr. Buchan.
No, it's not that. Excuse me for a moment.
Yes.
I'm going to ask a different question. We'll see if this elicits an objection.
Very well.
I can take you, please, to page 33 of your report. And in particular, could I ask you just to have a look at what you've written in paragraphs 193 and 194. And can I ask you, please, to explain what you're seeking to describe in those two paragraphs?
All right. Well, I think the first point I want to make is that it's been well described that how health professionals present information to patients will influence their decisions. And so information that's framed in a positive way, and I'll give the example here, is if you take this chemotherapy for your cancer, you have a 90% chance of surviving, will elicit a greater level of adherence than if you take this if you don't take this chemotherapy, there's this chemotherapy, let me rephrase. Even if you take this chemotherapy, you've still got a 1 in 10 chance of dying. And so what you're doing is you're presenting the same information framed positively and framed negatively. So one is there's clear evidence that how information is presented can influence how a patient will respond. What I was seeking to explain here is that if I am employed by the Nepean Hospital and have been told to attend Newmarch or any hospital, and I've been asked to attend to work in the hospital in the home program, then I am going there with the assumption that this is the only option available to me because that's what we are doing. And my question would go then to, similar to the staff that were sent by Aspen or anyone else's, what direction were they given? And when they spoke to the resident and their family, was it clear from what point of view they were coming from? And so the residents are vulnerable, particularly given that situation, as are the family about what is going on. And so we've seen that the decision making around management of a pandemic and an outbreak varies. There are three ways of thinking about it. One is infection or containment. And so our priority is as a public health measure to contain. And so that's our priority. The second one is preserving our healthcare resources, expecting to be overwhelmed. And so we look for alternate models that do not consume as much resource as we would ordinarily. And then we have the third frame of thinking, which is what do I deserve or what are my rights as an individual? Now, and I'll put it back to you without having to, if a public health physician is advising or seeking consent, or if a hospital employee is seeking consent, or if the GP is seeking consent, I believe that they will present the information differently to the person, which may influence their decision or their choices, or what choices are actually put in front of them.
There's been some evidence received in this inquest that the process may have been more overt than unconscious, at least in one respect. A general practitioner by the name of Dr. Dharma Ratnam has given evidence. He was given an understanding that, according to his evidence, hospital transfer was not an option at that stage. And further, that apart from intubation, CPR, life support, that all other treatments were available at the home. And that understanding fed into the discussions that he had with residents or their families on a number of occasions about advanced care planning. So is that an example of the concerns that you hold about the way in which a treatment position that's been reached can influence discussions in terms of advanced care planning?
Yes, very much. I was giving people the benefit of the doubt about it being unconscious rather than overt.
So you've indicated that the minimum requirements of informed consent are, one, that the options are properly set out. Secondly, that the particular perspective of the person holding the discussion and giving the advice is laid bare. Is that right?
Yes.
Thirdly, was it necessary in this context to actually descend to the detail of talking about the respective benefits and disadvantages of staying in the home versus, for example, going to hospital?
Yes, it should have been. And I would go further in saying that you also needed to discuss the benefits as it pertained to your co-residents. What is your obligation as a member of a communal living arrangement?
Now, I asked you, the first context for this line of questioning was admission into hospital in the home in the first place. If we can just now move to a different scenario, which is the situation of a patient who's been admitted into hospital in the home but is clinically deteriorating. Do different considerations come into play at that stage, or are they the same types of consideration that come into play in terms of informed consent about what should happen from that point onwards?
I think the principles hold. What changes is the potential benefits and the risks associated. So as a person If the person is deteriorating significantly and rapidly, then the benefits of transfer to hospital then have to then be offset by the complexity of the transfer and potentially dying in transit, and in which case the nature of the discussion needs to change, but the principles remain the same.
And is it the case that is it sufficient to have a single conversation about the treatment path forward, for example, at the point of admission to hospital in the home, or is that a discussion that should be reviewed and reconsidered as the clinical picture changes in respect of individual patients?
Well, I think it should be reviewed and discussed, particularly given that we're starting out here is that we have a novel virus that we don't know. We don't know all that we need to about it. We have some sense of its trajectory, and we are treating a novel disease using innovation that's not been tried before. And we have less contact than we ever had with families. So I've got at least 3 different circumstances that say that the level of uncertainty in this situation is very high, which requires regular review and the ability to say, yeah, I made the best decision I could at the time, but things have changed. I need to change again. So it does need to be revisited, because is admission into hospital in the home with no possible exit? You know, am I told at what point will I be discharged from hospital in the home? When I am well, or when I die, or if I get moderately sick, I'll get transferred out.
Can I ask you now just to connect this discussion, this evidence that you're giving about the requirements of consent in the context of advanced care planning discussions to the particular rights of elderly patients?
Well, I think so. Older people, let's go back. Advanced care planning really arose from oncology and nephrology and intensive care, where you often had a single organ with a known trajectory as to what was going to happen. And advanced care planning was of benefit because it reduced the number of sort of awful deaths that occurred, and reduces unnecessary care that the person doesn't want. Crossing that over into residential aged care often comes with an overlay about avoiding hospitalisation, without the nuance about why hospitalisation may be required. You have persons with dementia who may not understand the nuance or subtlety of the instruction, and how that information is conveyed. And you're talking in generalities about what you might want rather than the specifics. And so you get a sense of what a person might want. But the advanced care plan does not include a section about the impact of your decision on others, which I think is highly pertinent in COVID. That if I wish to remain in place, do I understand this places others at risk, and do I require the co-resident's consent for that? And we then end up with an advanced care plan that gives us a broad overview, but not the specifics for that individual. And I think that the push for all residents to have an advanced care plan through CDNA, and the general mood of the country at the time, again sends the message about write an advanced care plan, because that way we won't take you in hospital and you'll be able to die peacefully. So I think the advanced care plan does not sufficiently describe what a person might want or the benefits of hospital, which may be transfer to hospital, protects others, protects my family, and I get the tests that I need, which will tell me whether supportive treatment or not is worthwhile or not. The time to make a decision about what care I want should be made with the advantage of more information rather than second guessing what's going on. Yeah, is my pneumonia, is my breathlessness due to COVID or is it due to heart failure? Can you treat my heart failure? Well, go ahead. Or it's all COVID and there is nothing else to do. So I think that there's an absolute lack of nuance in the advanced care plans.
Thank you. They're my questions.
Thank you. Professor Ibrahim, I'm just going to check with the other legal representatives to see whether they might have any questions for you, if you wouldn't mind just waiting for a moment. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for Professor Ibrahim?
No questions, Your Honour, from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, would it be convenient if I return to you last to inquire whether you have any questions?
Certainly.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions for Professor Ibrahim?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any questions?
Professor, oh, I've lost you.
I'm still here.
Thank you. Sorry about that. You've just been discussing consent in the context of perhaps not providing treatment. Do you agree with the proposition that consent is necessary to provide treatment?
Yes.
And do you agree that it is the right of every person of any age to elect not to have treatment if that is their wish?
Well, it depends how specific you want to be about whether people with, do you mean people that are legally competent to be able to make their own decisions?
Yeah, well, let's start with that, yes.
Well, then the answer is yes, that's the law.
And where it is that you have a substitute decision maker, that substitute decision maker also has a right not to accept treatment if it is consistent with what they know about their loved one's prior wishes.
If they're the legally designated decision maker, yes.
Now, there's been a bit of discussion about bias or otherwise. You don't change the advice you give depending on who's paying you, do you?
Well, I only work for the public sector, so...
I object to that question. I mean, if there's some sort of analogy that's being sought to be drawn between the position of an expert witness in a court case or an inquest and a very different context, which is a doctor providing advice to a patient in a particular clinical environment, that's not an apposite analogy, in my respectful submission.
Yes.
I'm not referring to an expert witness. You work as a clinician from time to time, do you?
Yes, I do.
And regardless of who's paying you, that doesn't change the clinical advice you give, does it?
Oh, I can't answer that because I've only been employed in the public sector in Victoria for my whole career.
Isn't it the case that the fact of your employment's irrelevant? What you're doing is providing clinical advice based on your assessment at a time?
You are providing advice. So there's evidence about implicit rationing that occurs with health professionals. I don't wish to say that I'm a perfect practitioner, so it may well be that I have unconscious biases based on rationing and the situation the health service is currently in about what we advise for individual patients at different times. So you're asking me, am I objective 100% of the time? The answer is no. It's not possible to be objective 100% of the time.
And do you say that the subjective influences that occur can be at a quite macro level, as you describe in your report, what's happening generally in the world or within the country at the time?
Well, I think there's certainly, as a clinician, you have responsibility to your patient, to the patients as a whole, to the health service that you're providing and for the region. So you're aware of all of the pressures that are occurring around that, and none more so than the pandemic and the work that we've got to be doing now in trying to manage the health needs of the region and the country at the same time. And so that requires having to make choices that we otherwise wouldn't be faced with.
I think in answer to my learned friend's first question, there was a discussion, or question, and I've got a note, so please forgive me if it's not entirely accurate. You're asked about the vulnerability of the elderly. Do you remember that very early on in my learned friend's questioning of you?
So in what aspect? So the older population is a vulnerable population in terms of their healthcare needs.
I only asked this question for this reason. The first part of your answer was that this is contested on my note. And it was the vulnerability of the elderly in relation to COVID-19.
No, that's not. That's not contested. So the vulnerability of the older population is not contested on that. Do you recall, without the transcript to see the lead in?
It was a simple question about the vulnerability of the elderly in a COVID context. And the note I have is that your first part of the answer was this is contested, or that was contested, perhaps would be more accurate. And I'm just interested to know why you said that.
Well, I really need the transcript because I'm not contesting that the older population was vulnerable, and particularly vulnerable to COVID. The whole premise of my evidence and my opinions are based that the over 80s have the highest case fatality rate. What I may have been referring to is the needs or how people wanted to approach the pandemic was not focusing on that group.
All right. Now, I think a moment ago, probably 20 minutes, you were talking about the position of people who are effectively isolated. Remember that line of questioning,
Yes.
where they're in a single room, etc. In response to that, would it be appropriate to bring in practitioners like physiotherapists?
Generally speaking, yes, you don't need physiotherapists. You could manage with one physiotherapy assessment and then have allied health assistants or nurses or other people trained, because the complexity, the activity the older person needs are usually straightforward. It's usually being able to get in and out of bed, a chair, walk. It's not doing anything particularly complex.
And do you know whether or not physiotherapists were brought into Newmarch House during the period of this event?
I don't recall.
Now, you also spoke about visitation, and I think is that in the context of elderly residents in lockdown being denied contact with their family?
So there were restricted visitation rights, yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that by March, April, May of 2020 that hospitals were not allowing visitation either?
Yes.
Object.
Just a moment, Professor Ibrahim.
That time frame, March, April, May. First of all, you're talking about 3 different periods of time there, but I'm not sure that that's actually correct as well, and a question whether that can be put as a simple proposition in the way that it has been.
All right. Mr. Fordham?
Do you know whether or not visitation to hospital had been curtailed by March of 2020?
When you say curtailed, do you mean that it had been mandated or had been voluntarily done, or that it was a national standard?
That patients in New South Wales were or were not able to receive visitors in March of 2020. Do you know?
I don't know.
Do I take it that applies to April?
Yes, I don't know the visitation restrictions for hospitals in New South Wales.
Right. Now, there... You were asked some questions about mortality, and I'll give it a title. In your report at paragraph 51, you talk about multiple factor mortality.
Yes.
And is it the case that what you're suggesting in that paragraph, but also in your evidence today, is that mortality has a subjective element to it that is highly contingent on the individual, their comorbidities, their strength, etc.?
That's certainly factors involved in mortality, yes.
And so is it the case that where at the end of your report at paragraph 198.1 and you give mortality statistics, they are broad statistics rather than individual, they're broad statistics, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they're not demographic specific?
No, they're not demographic specific. Oh, well, sorry, can you be more specific about? So the data that I've got are aged care facilities, so they're not demographic specific for aged care facilities. So I'm not quoting here that those that are aged 60 to 70 in residential aged care have. It was the global rates for aged care facilities, understanding that most residents, 95% of residents are over the age of 65. The median age of residents in residential aged care is around 83, 84. So, so we're looking at a 30% mortality rate for people in residential aged care.
Over that broad range?
Yes.
And not necessarily taking into account, self-evidently, the individual comorbidities or positions?
No, so these are the mortality rates reported across the world.
Can I ask you a little bit about your generic phases of an emergency response? Do you remember putting that in your report at
Yes.
about paragraph 31?
Yes.
And the only position I'm interested in asking you about is response, the third of your your third phases. Yeah. Now, you have set out previously that there's basically a micro level, is it meso or meso?
Either.
You say tomato. Or macro level, correct?
Yes,
And then there are interactions between each of them.
that's right.
And you rightly say that not all of those responses will occur in unison.
That's correct.
And do you agree with the proposition that those on the ground making decisions about clinical care and the like within Newmarch House would necessarily have done that in the context of what was happening at the macro level?
They may well have done.
And influenced by what was being, for instance, reported worldwide?
It's speculation, I presume so.
And influenced by the proposition that this was very early in the pandemic?
Well, I object.
I sort of
Professor, I object. I'm just objecting to the question, Professor. These theoretical questions invite speculation on the part of Professor Ibrahim. If something particular is to be put, the professor could then be asked how he responds to that particular rationale, if that was held by a particular person, if that factored into their thinking. But asking questions at this level of high generality can do no more than elicit speculative responses that aren't of utility in terms of the function that Your Honour has to perform.
Yes. All right, Mr. Fordham.
There's been a number of discussions at a level of generality in order to, if I can put it this way, frame the conditions in which this outbreak was dealt with. And in my respectful submission, I'm entitled to deal with it in this way. It'll be a matter for Your Honour what weight you give it as and when you come to write your findings.
All right. I think Professor Ibrahim has already qualified his previous answer in that way. Go on, Mr. Fordham.
All I'm suggesting to you is that this was the second residential, I withdraw that, we're talking about March and then the outbreak commencing in April. Do you simply agree with the proposition that in the timeline of this pandemic it was very early?
For Australia, yes.
And there was a great deal of uncertainty about what the pandemic would entail for everybody, including the elderly?
I'm not sure what you mean by uncertain, but there's obviously uncertainty, but that's very broad, sort of. Like the next hour is going to be uncertain for me. I'm not sure what the point is.
All I'm putting to you is this, that at this stage, there was no treatment, was there?
If you're referring to curative treatment for COVID, there was not.
What practitioners were limited to was supportive treatment?
Yes.
Do you agree that on a macro level there was a conservative approach to dealing with the pandemic?
Object. Approach held by whom? In what context?
Well, it's in the report.
Or is he being asked that at a macro level that's where the thinking should have been? It's the vagueness of the question that I'm objecting to.
Yes. Mr. Fordham.
Do you accept that those that were making decisions at, for instance, a national level were applying a conservative approach?
What do you mean by conservative?
Looking at worst potential case outcomes.
Oh, no, I don't accept that. And you can see that through the failure to incorporate any of the Royal Commission's findings, as well as the information that was already available that the over 80s had the highest case fatality. I don't believe that they were taking conservative or what you'd call a precautionary principle to reduce the level of harm to older people. I believe that they were conservative in wanting the health system prepared and to manage the rest of the community that were not in residential care. I believe that's where the focus was. That's my opinion.
Do I understand an underlying premise of your report, and indeed your thinking is this, is that elderly people have exactly the same rights as everybody else?
Well, is that not what you think?
Yes, it is.
Then it's
No.
a rhetorical question.
Perhaps if you just answer it for me, is that the underlying premise of your opinion?
So the underlying premise is that we all have the same rights.
And as at April of 2020, for instance, there was the isolation of people who were deemed to be close contacts in the state of New South Wales. That's right, isn't it?
So if you're saying that's what was occurring, I'll accept that.
And do you accept that that should apply to the elderly as well as the rest of society?
Well, those are strict. So
I object, and just before the professor responds, the concern is that isolation has been used in different contexts and in different ways in the evidence. Isolation from close contacts has one meaning. Isolation, for example, within a room, being physically isolated from others, that has a different meaning altogether. And there just needs to be greater specificity in what the professor is actually being asked here.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
Do you accept that as at April of 2020, and I'll just deal with New South Wales because that's where we are and were, that individuals who were deemed to be close contacts were to isolate within that home?
yes,
And do you accept that in some cases where there were potentially other family members present, it was necessary for those individuals to isolate within their room?
yes,
And do you accept that that applied to elderly people as much as it did to young people?
Well, do you mean elderly people that live in the community or elderly people that are in a communal living arrangement in a residential care facility? Because they're
Well,
not the same.
How about I split them up for you? Elderly people within the community first,
So it applied to them.
and elderly people within a residential care facility.
That I'm not sure about, and I'd also raise the point that it's not the same. Living in a residential aged care facility is not the same as living in a dwelling with your family in the community.
It is analogous, is it not, that you are living in a space with other people? Do you agree with that?
Again, that's too simplistic because in a residential aged care facility, you are living with people where you have no choice in who is there, whereas that's not necessarily the same when you're living with family, and that the vulnerabilities or the group that has high risk of illness related to COVID are in the same physical space.
From a purely practical perspective, regardless of your choices as to who's in the next room, all I'm suggesting to you is that you have people who are in a shared facility with shared resources who have their room. Do you accept that?
Yes.
And that, do you accept that those people, as with everybody else in society, had to be in a position where, if directed, they would isolate?
Well, it's not quite the same thing. That the reason you're in residential aged care is because you're unable to provide the basics for your day-to-day living, so you're dependent on others. The nature of isolation in and of itself does not mean that you're able to provide your own self-care. And there's an obligation on others to be assisting you with that, given that over 50%, if not up to 70% of people in residential aged care have a cognitive impairment. So I'm not quite sure why we're debating or trying to make these two things exactly the same.
I'll finish it this way. You're not suggesting that people in a residential aged care facility are dependent on their co-residents for their care, are you?
Not at all. I'm saying they've got a responsibility as part of a communal living arrangement.
Now, you were taken to the CDNA guidelines that are 110 or so within the document. I don't have it in front of me, but where there was an emphasis on treatment in residential aged care facility. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You, at paragraph 164 of your report, referred to the fact that a policy had been established at Nepean Hospital was to admit all COVID-19 positive cases to hospital in the home and manage them in their home unless they required hospitalisation. Correct?
Yes.
And all I'm suggesting to you is that...
No, I object. I think that was... What Professor Ibrahim said at that part of the report, paragraph 164, is that Dr. Branley's statement indicates that it was that circumstance. There's a distinction between Professor Ibrahim reporting what Professor Branley has said in his statement about this and then just stating it as a factual proposition that Professor Ibrahim was independently verifying.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
If you assume that that is correct, based on what you read in Dr. Branley's statement, that was the approach. You make that assumption for me?
Yes.
That is an approach for the general community?
Do you mean that was Dr. Branley's plan for the general community, or are you saying that across New South Wales that was the plan?
All I'm suggesting to you is that that statement is not limited to an aged care facility, is it?
Well, well, you can read it yourself. It's not limited to an aged care facility.
And it's broadly equivalent to what was contained in the CDNA guidelines, isn't it?
Yes.
So to go back to my original proposition, in that sense, those at a residential aged care facility were being treated the same, if you accept that as correct, as the rest of the community.
No, I don't accept that they were being treated the same. That the vulnerable, treating people the same who have different needs is not treating them the same. Treating them the same is providing the care that they need in the country that we live in. And so so I don't accept that, no.
The question would be, is there an indication for admission to a hospital? That's the underlying premise, isn't it?
Well, so here you come back to an individual clinician's opinion about what is an indication, and the indications can be very narrow or very broad, but they're dressed up in a very glib statement about, clinical appropriateness or what is the indication for. And that's really simply asking, what is your reason? It doesn't specify the range of criteria that could, should, or would apply.
To use your word, the reason, though, is the reason for admission, correct?
It'd be the reason for hospital, yes.
And there needs to be a medical indication for admission to hospital, does there not?
No, there does not.
Would you describe VAX as an in-reach service?
Not well. In reach again is very broad, and when you're asking, are there specific definitions of an in reach service? I would say that there is not a universally acknowledged. In reach simply says that the hospital literally reaches into the aged care facility to help. That might be with a doctor, a nurse, a phone call, a virtual service, a whole team, anything along that. So, yes, it would fit in with a in-reach service.
And would you describe HIF as an in-reach service?
Well, HIF is. It depends on how the state government's classified and funded HIF. So HIF isn't so much an in-reach as a hospital substitution model. So the patients are admitted under the hospital and the hospital's responsible for their care, whereas an in-reach service is considered more typically a consultative service, is that you offer assistance but you're not directly responsible for the ongoing care.
You are, however, responsible for the care that you deliver and the advice that you deliver, whether you're in-reach, outreach, or an inpatient. That's right, isn't it?
Do you mean, are you responsible for it personally, professionally, or through the funding arrangements with the health department or the organisation you work for? There's a lot of layers within that.
Well, let's start with professionally.
So professionally, professionally now, are you the primary care provider or are you providing an opinion to the primary care provider? So if Dr. Sharma, as a consultant, is providing an opinion to the GP, they're professionally responsible for the standard of practice that they adhere to, but the primary responsibility for the patient remains with the GP. Whereas if the patient or resident's been admitted to the hospital in the home, you have both that professional obligation about your practice, but you're also directly responsible for the care, the clinical care of that patient.
Were you given Dr. Sharma's statement before you gave evidence?
Yes, yes, but I honestly can't. I'm not going to be able to recall the details of that statement.
All right. You make a statement at paragraph 164 that VAX generally made the clinical decisions regarding COVID-19 positive residents.
Yeah, that was based on, as I've said, from her statement.
Well, to be fair to you, you drafted this well before you would have seen her statement.
Yeah, the question should...
that might have been from... sorry, I'm assuming that I've taken that paragraph is from Dr. Branley's statement.
Now, if it is that you are going to provide care in a residential aged care facility in an outbreak, you accept the proposition that you can't leave the staffing on the ordinary basis that you would have in so-called normal times.
No, you couldn't manage it with that staff.
And you would expect, would you, that there would be, for instance, medical support available at least during the day at the residential aged care facility?
Well, I think your model depends on how many people you're seeking to look after and what their acuity is.
And so where you have an infectious diseases outbreak, you would want to see an infectious diseases physician present at the residential aged care facility on a regular basis.
That would be helpful, yes.
Given that this is an elderly population who require the services of a residential aged care facility, you would want to see involvement of geriatricians.
Yes.
You would want to see specialist geriatrician involvement.
I'm not sure what the distinction is between the geriatrician and a specialist geriatrician then.
I was using the term generically, and it's my fault, and I apologise. You would expect, firstly, geriatric services, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
You would expect the involvement of specialist geriatricians.
Yes.
If possible, you would want nurse practitioners with a geriatric emphasis in their practice.
Again, we're starting to look at how many people are we looking after, what are their care needs, and the bringing in multiple professionals for a small number of patients is counterproductive. It depends on whether I'm going to have GPs involved or I've got junior medical staff available, and whether there's actually nurse practitioners. And so there'll be a trade-off around the combination. So I wouldn't be expecting to have a wish list fulfilled.
Well, would it be of assistance to have a nurse practitioner with a geriatric emphasis in her practice?
Generally speaking, yes.
If you're going to have people isolated in their rooms for infection control reasons, would it be beneficial to have access to physiotherapy for those individuals?
Yes.
Would ready access to a pharmacist be helpful if you're going to deal with an outbreak in a residential aged care facility?
Well, I think it'd be obligatory.
Would you want those people who are, if I can put it this way, managing the care, the geriatricians, it would be of assistance for them to have access to an infectious diseases physician where it is they're dealing with an outbreak such as this?
Yes.
Given the nature of COVID, you would also want those people to be able to quickly access respiratory physicians?
Yes. But
And this is the sort of model you would get in a hospital, isn't it? You would have someone admitted under a particular specialty, but they would have access to other specialties in order to provide care.
Object. Been asked to date, to this point in time, there are a series of general propositions about the advantage of having various specialties to hand. Now, the questions haven't involved any particularity at all about when these particular personnel actually were involved in the treatment of patients at Newmarch House, when they attended on site. Was it face-to-face? Was it by telehealth or some other means? None of that particularity is in the questioning. Now, and the questioning now seems to be turning to a comparison with what would happen in a hospital. The thing about a hospital is those people are there. So if an analogy is going to be drawn, then the particular circumstances need to be put to the witness so that that comparison or contrast can be properly drawn.
My note is that Mr. Forden began his questions on this topic on the basis that it was posed regarding a generic residential aged care facility and not Newmarch House. And as I understand, the purpose of the question is to examine the model, so to speak, rather than Newmarch House in particular. Mr. Forden?
That's absolutely correct.
Very well, go on.
Thank you, Your Honour. The ability to contact intensive care physicians in order to take advice on the treatment of residents within a residential aged care facility. If you're going to do it in the facility, that is the sort of thing that you would want to see available, correct?
And well, no, you wouldn't be. You're not going to be ventilating anyone in residential aged care.
No, but you might want advice from ICU about what it is you're to do in dealing with a particular person, particularly if you're going to discuss the options of treatment. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Well, you're essentially describing a hospital. So the question here is, are we looking after 5, 10 or 50 people? And the resources that we need depend on their, again, clinical complexity, what's needed, and their likely trajectory. To have an intensive care specialist available during the outbreak, do you mean available for telephone conversation? I wouldn't be expecting an intensivist to be coming to the facility to make a decision about ventilation. The decision about ventilation is far more, I guess, nuanced, and the likelihood of benefit with ventilation is so low. Generally speaking, with COVID, sure, if you want an intensive care specialist, you know, there's no harm with having them available.
Cool. Now, you, at paragraph 173, deal with something you drew from Mr. Millard's statement about the average number of registered nurses present.
Yes.
And you have said in paragraph 173 that according to Mr. Millard, there was an average of 25 RNs over a 24-hour period.
Yes.
And you raise a question about how that relates to firstly, the unwellness or otherwise of the residents.
Yes.
The counter-argument to that is it's simply people placing large numbers of nurses in to cope with the potential for, to cope with what it is they're seeing in terms of the need to provide care in an unusual situation, being an outbreak such as this.
That's one interpretation. The assumption I was making was that registered nurses are very difficult to get hold of in large numbers, and you tend not to employ registered nurses if there are staff that have less qualifications able to complete the same task. So that it's speculation.
And it would be equally speculative in relation to how that relates to medical practitioner input, wouldn't it?
Well, similarly, so if you're saying those 25 nurses were not needed for clinical care, then the follow-on that how much medical practitioner input's required is also speculative.
Do you actually know how many doctors were present on given days at Newmarch House over this outbreak?
No, I don't.
Now, just out of interest, you say that paragraph 172, you give a nursing ratio.
Yes.
Where I think you said you would need 4 nurses per morning and
Yeah,
afternoon shift.
I think should note that this is entirely speculative.
But it's speculative in the sense, and what you're referring to there, do I understand it, is the equivalent of what you would see in a hospital.
Yes.
And that's because at paragraph 171, you deal with the fact that you would have 1 nurse to 4 patients.
Yes.
Do you know how many beds there were at Newmarch House?
Off the top of my head, no, but it's in the documents.
93, I think, were occupied at the largest number during this outbreak.
97.
Sorry, 97, thank you. Much obliged. Can you accept that from me for a minute?
Yes.
And so, if you accept the number of nurses that you've listed as 25, you're actually doing better than the 1 to 4, aren't you?
Well, it depends whether we're going to get so 25 nurses. Do you mean 25 nurse shifts or 25 nurses? And so 25 nurses working how many shifts, and we end up with those calculations then need to be made. So, so if there's 100 people, at 1 to 4 is 25 nurses per shift. Yeah, these are speculative back of the envelope things to try and advance our thinking. I'm not going to die in a ditch over them.
I'm just exploring it because you put it in your report, Professor. And I was interested to see the logic behind it. And do I understand this way, that what you're suggesting is that for HIF or VAX to be successful, it needed significant nursing support?
Well, yes, especially if the assumption was that HIF was providing equivalent care to hospital-based care.
Yes. I'll just be one moment, if you will permit me. Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, just noting the time, could I just inquire at this stage whether you have any questions for Professor Ibrahim?
I do not have any questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Buchan, anything arising?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Professor Ibrahim, that brings us to the end of your evidence. Thank you very much for sharing your time. We know that it's valuable and your experience with us this morning. You're now excused and you're welcome to end the remote connection with the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, obviously the evidence of Professor Ibrahim went a little longer than expected. We would wish to start the evidence of the conclave of epidemiologists. There are 2 epidemiologists, Professor Bennett, Professor McIntyre, at 2:15,
Yes,
if that meets with Your Honour's approval.
Yes, all right. All right, we'll take lunch now and return at 2:15.
Thank you.
Coroners, please, all stand. Coroners Court now resumes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. We have Professor Bennett and Professor McIntyre via video link.
Thank you.
So I call firstly Professor McIntyre.
Professor McIntyre, Professor Bennett, good afternoon. It's the coroner speaking. Thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon to give evidence to these inquests. I understand that we were meant to commence your evidence earlier than now, so I thank you both for your patience. The court officer here will now swear or affirm each of you in, and then we can begin with your evidence. Professor McIntyre, Professor Bennett, good afternoon. It's the coroner speaking. Thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon to give evidence to these inquests. I understand that we were meant to commence your evidence earlier than now, so I thank you both for your patience. The court officer here will now swear or affirm each of you in, and then we can begin with your evidence.
Either of you have YouTube on?
Professor McIntyre, Professor Bennett, good afternoon. It's the coroner speaking.
Let's try that again to see if that changes things. It seems to have. Professor McIntyre, I think you're going to be sworn.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Professor Bennett, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Professor McIntyre, perhaps if I could just start with you. You are an epidemiologist.
Yes, I am. I'm a medical doctor, a double specialist physician, and an epidemiologist.
You're also the Professor of Global Biosecurity at the University of New South Wales.
Yes, I am.
And the head of the Biosecurity Program at the Kirby Institute.
Yes.
You've made mention in relation to a double specialty, the first being a Fellow of the Australian College of Physicians, is that correct?
Yes.
And also a Fellow of the Australian Faculty of Public Health Medicine.
Yes.
Is your primary focus as a clinical practitioner or as a research fellow?
I'm a full-time researcher in public health prevention of infections.
And has the focus of your research work been in public health and infection prevention?
Yes, it has, my entire career, on epidemic infections particularly, and pandemics and prevention of outbreaks.
You have prepared 2 reports, and in that regard, Your Honour, I seek to tender the supplementary report. The first report you prepared, Professor McIntyre, all the parties do have, and it's found at volume 29, tab 5. Supplementary report, Your Honour, is dated the 5th of August. All the parties have a copy of that also.
All right, very well. Let me just check with the legal representatives. Ms Davis, do you have any objections to the tender of Professor McIntyre's supplementary report?
No objections, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Palfrey, any objection?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Furness, any objection?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr Fordham, any objections?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. And Ms Richardson, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
All right, very well. In that case, then, Professor McIntyre's supplementary report will be Exhibit 6.
Thank you. Professor Bennett, if I could now turn to you. You are likewise an epidemiologist.
I am.
And you're a professor at Deakin University.
I am.
I understand you were awarded the Alfred Deakin title for your contributions to research and education.
Yes, I was.
And you are the chair in epidemiology at Deakin University.
Correct.
Could I ask, Professor Bennett, what has been the focus of your research work prior to the pandemic?
So my focus is communicable disease, epidemiology, and in particular household transmission and antimicrobial resistance. So they've been my prime community infection focus of study, though I've worked in both hospital related epidemiological studies as well.
And is that still, since the pandemic, has that remained the focus of your research work?
Yes, though I've done a lot of work in this pandemic period in the space of COVID in particular. So looking at the analysis of outbreak data, and also some work we have done looking at in specialist accommodation for disability, looking at the response to or communication strategies, but also have been involved in some government work looking at the current pandemic plans in relation to special accommodation facilities and COVID.
Thank you. Professor McIntyre, we've lost you from the screen in terms of the visual image. Have we lost you altogether? No. Yes. So if you could just keep your video on, and likewise, I think you can be on unmute. It doesn't appear to be providing, it doesn't appear to cause any disturbance this end.
Okay.
Firstly, both professors, I'd just like to run through a few expressions and definitions that we see in both of your reports, so as to have a clear understanding in relation to new language that we've all become familiar with over the last 2 years. The first is this term super spreader. Starting with you, Professor McIntyre, what is a super spreader event or super spreader?
So in general, epidemic infectious diseases have a reproductive number, which is the number of secondary cases that will result from an index case in a completely non-immune population. And that's an average number. So for example, with SARS-CoV-2, when it first started, the average was around 2, between 2 and 3. One case will give rise to 2 or 3 secondary cases. But that's an average. A super spreading event is one where one person might give rise to 20 infections, even though the average is 2. So you get these occasional people who either have a very, very high viral load or for some other reason, they're able to spread it much more effectively than the average. So that's what a super spreader is. And it's been described with lots of different infections. You might recall Typhoid Mary. That was a woman who was excreting typhoid long after the acute infection and continued to infect people. So she would have been infected much more than the average person with typhoid.
And Professor Bennett, would you agree, or is there anything to add in relation to our understanding as to the expression super spreader?
I think that's a good explanation already given. Just to add that behaviours and environmental context also influence that. So it can be that a certain person is in a particular role. We had a measles outbreak linked to someone who was selling tickets at a cinema, and that helped create a super spreader event. So it's that combination of the person attributes their infection, but also their number of contacts and in their infectious period in particular, and then the nature of the environment where those contacts occur.
And so staying with you, Professor Bennett, the expression seeding, a seeding event, is that to be distinguished in some way from a super spreader event?
Yeah, a super spreader event is really about the opportunity where a seeding event might take off into a larger or a greater sized outbreak than you'd normally see. And so it brings your average to whatever the reproductive number average is. Seeding is actually introduction of the virus into a particular community or setting. So that's actually the initiation of an outbreak, the virus becoming present. The reproductive number has no meaning until the virus is present, because it's actually talking about then what happens in terms of the subsequent secondary transmission events.
So do I take it there's no controversy in the fact that there was a seeding event at Newmarch?
No, that's right. The virus we know was brought into the facility.
And can we term it a super spreader event or not?
You'd have to actually do the analysis, because that's based on each transmission chain. And so you'd have to then do the breakdown and apply modelling to determine what the effective reproductive number was in this setting to determine whether or not it constitutes a super spreader event. But the fact that we had a high attack rate, you could argue that every time the virus gets into a home, it's a super spreader event. You're just limited in the number of people. here you have a number of infections across your staff and residents that would say this, this is a larger outbreak on average than you would see in a smaller setting or with fewer people. So yeah, it's hard. No one's actually determined the reproductive number on the basis of these small outbreaks because it's too. It's a very difficult process. It's a stochastic process, if I can just clarify. Chance comes into this. So you can have very similar situations where there's a seeding event and the virus is taken into a setting. In one setting, it might take off. In the other, it might not. As already said, it might be the biological characteristics of the person who brings the virus in. They might have a very low viral load or be practicing very safe measures anyway, and that might have a different outcome to someone else who might have a very high viral load, and you could see a different outcome. So chance comes into it. So that's where the averaging is also problematic, even once you've had a seeding event.
Thank you, Professor Bennett. Turning to you, Professor McIntyre, is there anything you wish to add? Do you agree with that as a general description for our better understanding?
I don't think there was any evidence this was a super spreading event. There was no evidence that one person infected many more people than anyone else did. To me, it looks like a classic epidemic growth, which is that one person infects 2 or 3 who then go on to infect 4 to 9 people, etc. It grows exponentially, and that's pretty much what you see when you plot the curve out.
And in terms of that growth of the virus, we now know, don't we, that it's airborne as compared to droplet. Is that correct, Professor? Starting with you, Professor McIntyre.
Yes, we do, and many of us knew it even in March 2020.
And in terms of knowing it in March 2020, is it correct to say that one was a debate in relation to that, a robust debate in relation to that, and 2, that the significance of that in terms of personal protective equipment is that it then leads down a discussion as to which is the more appropriate mask to use? Have I understood that correctly, Professor McIntyre?
That's correct. That's correct, but it's a debate that's gone on robustly since SARS in 2003 and then through the 2009 influenza pandemic. Investigate sort of a Royal Commission type inquiry into the SARS outbreak in Toronto, came to the conclusion that really you need to use the precautionary principle. When you've got a new virus, you don't know much about it, you know that it kills people, you do need to use the precautionary principle, which is to assume the worst and protect people maximally. And that did not happen at the beginning of this pandemic.
And just focusing on the mask issue in terms of applying that precautionary principle and maximising protection for any person, resident or worker, am I right in saying that the ability to access N95s or P2 masks will have an impact on the spread of the infection and your ability to protect or contain an infection?
Yes, the more people who are wearing N95s or P2s, the less transmission there will be.
Professor Bennett, are you in agreement in relation to that, and in particular the relevance here being with respect to what PPE equipment Newmarch House had at its disposal and the division in relation to what masks it had?
So a few things here. One is it is right to say that there was an ongoing debate that built up over time, particularly with subsequent variants around the role of aerosol transmission, and where evidence of aerosol transmission was finally produced, which came later in the pandemic and which helped support the the arguments for putting those precautions in place that addressed aerosol transmission. So we saw it in hotel quarantine, and we saw in the Delta outbreak initiated in New South Wales, there was the evidence that someone falling into someone else's footfall was enough to contract the virus. We hadn't seen that earlier on, even with very detailed contact tracing. They could explain the cases in terms of direct contact. So the sort of thing you'd see more typically with droplet spread or you're seeing within households. So it doesn't rule out aerosol. It just meant that where they were investigating outbreaks, they were able to explain them without resorting to aerosol. We didn't have evidence of people contracting the virus, having never come in direct contact with a case. So all those things influenced it. And the other point around access to masks was availability. You know, there was a shortfall in masks at the time. And I know aged care was one of the areas that was a focus and where they were trying to keep masks available. But so I do think there was a supply issue because we didn't have that level of preparedness around PPE as part of our pandemic preparedness.
In terms of a visual picture as to airborne versus droplet, Professor McIntyre, can you make an analogy with smoking? Namely, if you smoke, could you just talk us through that?
Yes, smoking is a good analogy because you can visualize it easily. So if you're in a room where the windows are closed and there's no ventilation and there's somebody smoking, the longer you're in there, the more cigarette smoke is going to accumulate. And that's exactly what happens with respiratory aerosols. I've got a lab where we study respiratory aerosols and we've shown this ourselves. And most of the aerosols that come out are not visible to the naked eye. So if someone is infected, they are breathing continually, they are speaking quite frequently, coughing and sneezing happen less often. Just breathing and speaking results in a huge accumulation of aerosols, and this has been studied in a number of research studies that show that you have this kind of linear increase in exposure risk over time. So if you're in an indoor setting for 5 minutes, your risk is probably quite low. But if you're in there for 5 hours or 5 days, then your risk becomes really high. And depending on whether or not you're wearing PPE, if nobody's wearing a mask, the time to infection is probably about 15 minutes or less. If everyone's wearing an N95, the time to infection could be 24 hours. And if you open a window or add HVAC ventilation systems or air purifiers, you reduce that buildup of aerosols, you dissipate it, and that reduces the risk. And that's been shown in studies as well.
Thank you. And Professor Bennett, would you agree with those times nominated there in relation to if you're not wearing a mask? And I'm thinking now about the time period before the outbreak was declared and the possibility that a number of residents and or staff and or care workers would not have been wearing a mask. Do you agree with that time period of between 5 and 15 minutes?
That was used actually as part of our definition of a close contact, and it was certainly the same metrics that were used to promote mask use later on in the pandemic. So that was the understanding it might translate to that. The difficulty is always going from the studies of the physics or the engineering into what constitutes an infecting dose. So there are other factors that will come into that. And obviously, the greater the viral load an individual has will also contribute to that buildup of aerosol once you're in that situation. So we know that we had choir practices where we first saw high attack rates, or they're called super spreader events, because you did have forced expulsion and likely a greater production of aerosol. We did see that quite early in the pandemic, but for other things it came later, where that was seen to be driven as each subsequent variant tended to be reported with a higher viral load. That would also contribute to the risk of aerosols being produced in a way that made those considerations about time of exposure even shorter, potentially over time.
And so just picking up on this expression viral load, which has been used quite often, turning to you firstly, Professor McIntyre, in relation to what is the relationship between your viral load and how infectious you are?
There's a direct relationship. So that the higher your viral load, which is just the amount of virus that you're breathing out, the greater your infectiousness. And this has been well studied in some virological studies that have shown that it kind of goes like this. So there's a huge peak of viral shedding. We say shedding when we mean virus coming out from the respiratory tract. In the 2 days before symptoms start and the first day of symptoms, and then it tapers off quite substantially. You can still be infectious for a number of days after that, but the biggest risk is those 2 days before infection and the first day of infection.
And Professor Bennett, do you agree with that in terms of your most infectious time period being the 2 days before and the day of?
and after, it potentially does go a day or two after symptoms as well. It will depend on where the infection is established, and so how much is in the nose and throat, but that's where it mainly is initiated. But essentially, we did see episodes where in a well-documented outbreak, we had someone who tested negative at work the day after they had actually been out and exposed members of their family only at the one event, who then became infected. So it probably also fluctuates a bit in that time as well. So it might be that a day or two before symptoms develop, your peak load, but the day before that you might already be generating enough virus to be infectious, and you might not always pick it up on testing either. That's part of the challenge with this, even using PCR testing in the hands of an experienced swab collector.
And these questions do have a purpose, because ultimately I want to get to both of your reports, and in particular the figures, and extrapolating backwards in relation to whether or not any of these cases were preventable. But picking up on that issue in relation to viral loads, I'd like to ask you, Professor Bennett, as I'm with you at the moment, in relation to the incubation period. Namely, if you could talk us through that with respect to the exposure to the virus, and then the first evidence of symptoms, or as I understand it, a COVID positive test.
So we talk about the time from exposure when you acquire the virus in an infecting dose. You then have a latent period where you're incubating the virus, you won't have symptoms and you won't be infectious. Then you have that period that we've described, pre-symptoms, where you will become infectious. And the period up until symptoms develop, at that time, with those variants circulating at the time, was around 5 to 6 days. The estimates went up to about 7 days, but mainly I think the accepted rate was 5 to 6 days before symptoms develop as an average. But again, that's not evenly distributed. You had very few people who probably developed symptoms within 3 days, but most probably did develop symptoms around the 6-7 day mark, certainly by 10 days, but it could be up to 14 days. So in rarer cases, you might have someone who would incubate the virus and not actually develop symptoms till very late in the piece. And some people never develop symptoms. So then you don't have, an incubation period. You don't actually know when they've become infectious. They were infectious, possibly less infectious, possibly with a lower viral load, and there was good evidence to support that, but still infectious nonetheless, and they could pass the virus on. And there is, unless you knew exactly when they might have been exposed, you don't know when they become infectious unless you're testing them regularly.
Professor McIntyre, do you agree with those matters, and in particular the period of, the 5 to 6 day average period of time in relation to you being infectious?
No, that's the incubation period.
Oh, the incubation period?
Yeah. So 90 at that stage with the D614G, which was the variant that was causing the pandemic back in March 2020, it was 90% of people would incubate within 5 days, but it could be up to 14 days. So again, there's a sort of distribution of, as Professor Bennett outlined.
Professor Bennett, do you agree with that 90% figure in relation to incubating within 5 days?
It is the majority. I wouldn't say it was 90% back then with those variants. I think that would, the evidence at the time actually had the average even going up to 7 days. So I think saying 90% below 5 days is I haven't seen the evidence to support that. But I do know the majority did. It wasn't that 50%, and then 50% after. I think it was probably more like 3/4, probably had an incubation period of 5 to 6 days, and then you would have others that could go on longer. And there could be a lot of things that influence that, including perception about symptoms, very mild disease. It's actually a very difficult thing to register because it can take a while for people to even recognise they have symptoms, and so it's hard to pinpoint the onset date, and we didn't have particularly good data on that. But the data out of China, where we did the first, detailed studies, those early studies were saying an incubation period between 5 and 7 days.
So would it be fair to say that it falls on the majority within 5 to 7 days?
Yeah.
Whether it's 75% or 90%. I see you nodding, Professor Bennett. Professor McIntyre, would you agree with that, the majority?
So yeah, the majority, yes. I did provide some references to the 90% in my report.
Yes. And Professor Bennett, have you had an opportunity to read both of those articles referenced by Professor McIntyre with respect to the 90% figure?
I have. I've read a lot of articles though, and they do come up with different results. So you'd have to look at a systematic review, and the systematic reviews tend to suggest it's variable. So it might be population dependent as well.
And Professor Bennett, in terms of variability and population dependent, I think in your report you outlined that the incubation periods tend to shorten with age.
That's some evidence, yes, that might be the case. If someone is very unwell and they don't mount an immune response well, then they might in fact present with symptoms earlier, potentially, but that's not always true. And we have asymptomatic cases even in this outbreak, but other aged care outbreaks as well, where they never present with symptoms. So it's an average thing, but that's one of the things they've associated with that.
And just on that point, Professor McIntyre, in relation to any correlation between incubation period and age group, do you wish to add anything to that?
Yeah, the infecting dose. So there's a dose-response relationship, which holds true for any pathogen. That the greater the dose you're exposed to, the sooner the shorter the incubation period will be. So if you're exposed to a mega dose, then it'll come on very quickly, and it can be much quicker than the average incubation.
So could I now turn to matters directly relevant to the Newmarch outbreak? And Professor Bennett, starting with you and an expression you use in your report, namely that there was direct contact with an infected staff member. Just turning to that expression as to direct contact, how is that defined, or how should we understand that expression?
So that meant that the information presented to me showed that a staff member in the period where they were most likely to be infectious, so a day or two, up to 3 days, but mainly the first 2 days before symptoms developed or before they tested positive, there is record that they were either providing medications or assisting in personal care or some other direct contact with a resident.
Is there any time period before you can say that you're a direct contact, or is it simply being present in the same room?
In this case, it's actually talking about a particular engagement with the resident. So it's not necessarily just being on the same wing or the same room. I'm not sure how they hand out medications, for example, but I assume that they would be in proximity of the resident, and they'd certainly be within the room. So I was talking about those explicit contact points that were presented to me in a spreadsheet.
And I'm going to come to those explicit contact points, but before I do, you've outlined in your report that there are 4 factors that you look at. The first of which is that the length of time of exposure to the vector. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of that length of time, we've heard about the 15-minute mark in terms of being in the same room without masks on. Is that the time period that we're looking at in terms of likelihood of the second limb being, namely likelihood that there was a sufficient amount of time to become infected?
Depends who's the infector and the infectee. So if the person in a room is infected, then you arguably have potentially a higher viral load in the room if that person has been occupying that room, door closed and so on. That would be a different scenario than if the person in the infector, the person who's carrying the infection and infectious at the time, were to come in and have contact with someone. If that's the situation, then the more direct, the closer you are to the person. If you're within 1.5 meters, if you're supporting the person, helping them in and out of bed, or you're providing medication and sitting there making sure they take the medication, that could be enough. It doesn't have to be. There's 15 minutes is a guide. It's not a safety barrier that suddenly is lifted. It basically, depends. It's that combination of duration, but also the proximity.
And Professor
and the nature of the
McIntyre.
interaction. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Bennett. And Professor McIntyre, do you agree with that?
Well, I don't put that much emphasis on direct contact, and that relates to the whole issue of droplet versus airborne transmission. And as I mentioned, we published a paper. It was published online early April, but was submitted in probably early March, explaining that there's actually, it's quite a complicated topic. There's certainly evidence that distance matters. The closer you are to someone, the greater the risk. But with an airborne infection, the risk will be everywhere inside the indoor setting because it's like cigarette smoke. So, the whole idea of direct contact is not something that I put that much emphasis on.
So moving then to the other factors, and I'm drawing on what Professor Bennett has outlined at paragraph 17 of her report. And Professor Bennett, you firstly say, when was the person exposed to the infection? And am I right that both professors would agree that when the person was exposed to the infection, although there's an effort to be able to pin that down, that's just simply not always possible? Do we agree on that? Yes? Sorry, Professor Bennett?
So you look at the period where they were likely infected, and you do use our understanding of the incubation period up to symptoms or whatever to try and look at that time period where they were where the infecting dose was most likely received, not guaranteed. These are all sliding scales. And then you would look for any interactions in that time. And I just want to come back to the nature of the direct contact and interaction. If you're doing something where there is exertion, for example, whether that's, the resident or the staff member or both, and one of them is infected, that would make a difference because it would relate to how much air someone is expelling, the chance for aerosols to be produced, but also how deeply the other person might be breathing in, and all those things can actually impact infecting dose. So it's a you can't sort of separate it from the activity as well. It's not just about how close you were to the person, it's also about activity and the nature of the interaction, I would argue.
And Professor McIntyre, would you agree that there's another mix of variables there in relation to likelihood, well, really we're looking at likelihood of becoming infected?
Yes, transmission is complex, but once there's infection inside the facility, and particularly if the ventilation isn't good, the risk will be everywhere, including in corridor. It's been in the hotel quarantine, for example. It was quite well studied, and they identified certain pockets where there was very, very poor ventilation, where there was a large buildup of aerosols, and that it could be corridors, for example. So a resident who was being, taken out into the corridor for some reason could be exposed. We also heard that several residents were wandering around, even though they were meant to be isolating. That was in the material that I received. So I think there were a lot of other opportunities for transmission, both airborne transmission from accumulated aerosols and some movement of residents.
And is it your belief, your opinion, that possibility existed throughout the outbreak period of time, or, well, for example, or was minimised at the point in time when the outbreak was declared and there were efforts to implement infection control?
When I was reading through all the records and the different lines of evidence provided to me, there seemed to be ongoing breaches of the different protocols that were in place, particularly with residents who were mobile, moving around. And there was one case where, let me just pull up my notes, but it was, Barry Jehan it was written down that he was attending the dining room on April the 26th while he was infected. So I think there's a lot of breaches, and there were other family members who complained that other residents had wandered into their loved one's room and so on.
But efforts to implement efforts to implement infection control would have some correlation to risk of infection, namely reducing
the problem is that the infection control measures at the time were driven by a belief that transmission is largely through large droplets, so more like a ballistic event than inhalation, when the actual risk is inhalation of contaminated air. That's the biggest risk. So accordingly, there wasn't a lot of information on what kind of PPE was provided, not in the materials that I saw, except from some residents who mentioned that there was different PPE provided for them on different days. Sometimes it was surgical masks, sometimes it was P2s, the ones who were allowed to visit, the families, who were allowed to visit. So I'm not clear, but I would assume that the infection prevention measures were all geared towards this belief of large droplet transmission, which is just a belief. It's not supported by any evidence.
And in terms of Professor McIntyre, just staying with you for the moment in relation to your ultimate opinion, at paragraph 14 of your supplementary report, you express an opinion there that all cases after the 18th or 19th of April were potentially preventable. And you say that is as a result of your opinion that the infection was still, that the risk of infection still remained even after the outbreak was declared and remained in relation to uninfected residents becoming infected after the outbreak period, after the 11th of April.
Yes, it's clear to me from the epidemic curve, but there's also other evidence, such as a number of residents who were repeatedly tested and tested negative, 3-4 times before finally becoming positive days later. Let me tell you who they were.
I can indicate to you, I can indicate those to you, and perhaps your list is the same, but perhaps we can do it through Professor Bennett's diagram.
So Anne Fahey, for example, tested on the 14th, 17th and 20th and 23rd, all negative, and then positive on the 29th. Now, she could not have been incubating it. She was tested from the 14th to the 23rd repeatedly and was negative. So her infection was preventable. Olive Grego as well, tested on the 14th, the 17th and the 21st, negative, 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 and then tested on the 23rd and returned a positive on the 24th. So that was preventable as well. Marko Vidakovic tested on the 15th and the 18th and negative, then retested on the 19th and positive. So there's also, that kind of evidence, in addition to the shape of the epidemic curve and the probability of the distribution of incubation periods, as I mentioned.
Yeah, so on 2 points, and Professor Bennett, I am going to come to you. Just give me a moment. I'll just firstly, while I'm with Professor McIntyre, could I ask you, Professor McIntyre, to turn to page 2 of your supplementary report, where you reproduce your original epidemic curve and then the revised epidemic curve based on additional information and effectively assumptions that were provided to Professor Bennett and then were subsequently provided to you. You say, do you, that the second graph focusing on that, the revised epidemic curve, is consistent with your opinion that there were potentially preventable infections following the 11th April outbreak date?
Yes, that's right. And so the peak on the 18th to me looks like another wave, and then the 23rd and 24th another wave. And if the first case was on the 6th, and there's a little bit of uncertainty about that, we really don't know who the index case was. It could have been the staff member, but it could have also been a visitor. It could have been, there was one resident who'd been to hospital with a chest infection and had tested negative. I think she was admitted to hospital on April the 3rd, tested negative in the hospital for COVID, but had a febrile chest infection, and then came back to the facility and ended up testing positive on the 10th of April, I think. So it's uncertain who the index case was, but say it was the 6th, then we would expect, a peak of infection from that case around the 12th, the 11th or the 12th of April, which is, there's, one case reported on the 12th. So then, if you take 5 days from the 12th, then that big peak you see there could be from that case. There's certainly there's uncertainty around the cases on the 18th and the 19th from this revised curve. But it's more likely to me that those are definitely secondary, if not tertiary, transmission cases. And the timeline, if you go back to the beginning of April or early April, even late March, because there was some evidence there was someone sick at the end of March as well.
And are you applying a 5 to 6 day incubation period there as compared to the...
Yeah, so that most cases would occur within 5 to 6 days, most cases, not all, but most.
So turning now to you, Professor Bennett, firstly, I think that's one of the distinctions between the two opinions here is that your opinions and extrapolations operate from the maximum time period of incubation, namely the 14 days. Have I understood that correctly?
No. What I did was, in my diagram, I actually map out the potential exposure period back to 14 days from the time their symptoms started, not when they were tested, but their symptoms, because that's the window where the exposure could have occurred. But in fact, if you are referring to my document, in figure 3, as it...
So on page 8 of your report.
Yeah.
Before we get to figure 3, Bennett, could we get your assistance just in relation to the 3 Excel spreadsheets that are attached to your report? Is it correct to say that the 3 Excel spreadsheets formed the basis of the information which was then transferred over into figure 3 on page 8?
Yes.
And do you have those? Could I ask you to turn up in relation to the first of the Excel spreadsheets, the Newmarch House staff review spreadsheet? Yeah. The second column along has the title create date.
Mm-hmm.
It's been redacted.
I'm just seeing if we can bring that up onto the screen. It's in volume 29 and tab 6.
Just before you do, it's got the name.
Yeah, we've asked for that to be redacted.
So staff review. Yeah, it's been redacted.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Professor Bennett, can you see, I take it you have it on your own private screen in front of you, but can you also see the screen that we're looking at?
Yes.
The create date represents what date?
I think that was when the record was created, I assumed. I wasn't using that date in my analysis.
There's a date of first symptom onset.
Mm-hmm.
Is it correct to say that you were using that date in your analysis?
Correct.
And then in relation to the swabbing dates, where there was more than one date, did that also factor into your analysis?
Yes.
If we look at the next spreadsheet, which is titled the Revised Positive Residence Schedule, and that's just coming up on the screen. Does the information contained in this spreadsheet also, is that incorporated into figure 3 on page 8?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that one of the assumptions underpinning your opinions is that the last contact, well, firstly, that there is an extrapolation back from a single index case, and namely that last contact was on the 6th of April?
No, what I did was just list all the residents' details as provided and then related that back to what was known about the staff. I wasn't assuming that these people were necessarily in any way exposed to the index case or that their infection was attributed to that exposure.
Was there not an analysis that the index case or an index person had then contact with other staff who then had contact with residents?
That's why I put together these combined data visualization exercises, was actually to look at that relationship between staff infections, resident infections, and what was known about interactions, just to see how that tied to infection timelines.
In terms of the correlation, there's a third spreadsheet which is titled Newmarch House Staff Contact. That in part incorporates those two sets of information. Is that correct?
Well, that's the intersection. That's where we had information, only detailed information in relation to the deceased and their contact with staff who were known to be infectious, but it also did give some general information about when they were working in a particular wing that could then be extrapolated across other residents who had infections but were not on that list.
And then part of that then translates into, I think, as you said, figure 3.
Yeah.
That cross section then is found ultimately in figure 3. Have I understood that correctly?
Correct. Yeah.
So if we're just turning up figure 3 on page 8 of your report, there are a number of codes. Looking at the first code, which is the blue shaded, it has known direct contact with infectious staff. You see that in the ledger underneath?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Could you just speak to that? And I think earlier on you said direct contact may have been by way of medication distribution. We've also seen in the earlier Excel spreadsheet there's surgery. It may have been a staff member who was involved in surgery or in ADLs. Is that what the direct contact reflects?
Yeah, so it was anywhere where there was particular direct contact with a named person. So these direct contacts mainly relate to those residents who were later deceased, where that information was collected in detail.
And just focusing at the moment just on the ledger, across from that it has exposure and incubation up to 14 days before symptoms. Is that correct?
That's it. So that's what I've shown in the greyed out cells. That's basically taking you back to 14 days before symptoms, or shorter periods if in fact they've had negative tests. So I've brought that into alignment with other information that was available on the course of infection in that particular individual. So I'm not assuming they were infected at 14 days. I'm just highlighting the period when their exposure is most likely to have occurred, and obviously the 14-day isn't the limit to that, but it's the accepted maximum. But most of these, in fact, if you look at the timeline between the last recorded exposure, there could have been other exposures I don't know about, but the recorded exposure and when symptoms were reported in those residents that did have symptoms reported, the average is 7 days, 6 to 7 days. So it actually fits with what we'd expect in that incubation period.
And then where we have the star with the likely third generation infection, what's that expression, third generation infection, a reference to?
So it's unclear really what happens initially. We have the known exposure of an infected staff member. As has rightly been pointed out, we don't know whether other people might have been there, but I understand what has been linked has been genomically linked, and I assume that included the suspected index case. So it's someone we know was infectious, likely, while they were working. It looks like we had secondary cases from that, which included some residents, but also staff. And there seemed to be more staff infected in that first wave of infections within the facility. If you look at their onset dates and the test results and their symptoms. Then we have the potential for those staff to have infected other staff as well as other residents, which happened, looking at this, very close to, but probably that period, the 10th to the 12th, where we have up to 6 of the staff who are likely infectious at that time working together. So instead of having one initially infected staff member, you now have about 6. And so if we see that period as I guess the major next wave of infections, then from there we see other staff infected or other residents infected. And so I've sequenced these in chronological order to show that. And the ones down the bottom were, particularly the 5 highlighted, were the ones where I think your 14-day incubation period doesn't include that period of high exposure from the 10th to the 12th. And they've also had subsequent other tests as well. There's a couple of individuals who also have tests that went positive around that time. They had earlier symptoms. So I was looking at the combination of when their symptoms were reported as presenting, as well as their test results.
So turning then to the last category in the ledger that I wanted to draw your attention to is obviously the green boxes and what's termed as the swabbed and tested negative.
Yeah.
And I just, for a moment, coming back to you, Professor McIntyre, is there agreement that it's likely that all of those residents above where we see the first green swabbed and tested negative are likely or were infected, likely to be infected at the time of the outbreak, namely the 11th of April? Professor McIntyre?
Can I just clarify? Can I clarify? You mean from the 14th of April? Just having a bit of trouble seeing the dates.
Yes, sorry, from the 14th. I'm using 11 as the outbreak, but yes, 14th is the day where there was a large-scale testing of all the residents, save for one who was tested obviously on the 10th.
Yeah.
But from the 14th, there are 10 deceased residents above that first green box. Would you agree that it's likely that they were infected at the time of that the outbreak was declared, namely the 11th of April?
It's possible they could have also become infected around that time. And remember, there was someone who was supposedly ill at the end of March, and then a couple of people ill on the 6th. There's also been, I think, I'm also concerned about discrepancies in the revised testing spreadsheet from New South Wales Health. For example, for Faye Rendroth, the patient summary states that Newmarch House and the family was notified of the positive test on the 17th of April. But the revised New South Wales spreadsheet states the positive test was obtained on the 18th of April. So that's at least one discrepancy that shows the New South Wales spreadsheet is probably incorrect. So I think there needs to be a bit more of a deep dive into that data and why this sheet was revised and what the reasons were and what the basis of those revisions were.
Leaving Ray Fendoff aside, the pathology actually indicates the 18th from memory, but I'll just have that checked. But placing Faye Randolph to one side, I think, Professor McIntyre, your opinion in your report is that you do believe there were a number of residents who were COVID positive at the time of the outbreak, namely 11 April, although their testing didn't bring those results until a few days later. As I understand it, the division in opinion between yourself and Professor Bennett is in effect what of the balance of residents, and if I can just visually refer back to this figure 3 and the green boxes, namely initial testing comes with a negative and then subsequent testing comes with a positive. Is that correct, Professor McIntyre, that they're the cohort of residents that you believe it may have been prevented, them becoming infected, had there been movement of the positive residents? Movement out of the positive residents?
Not just movement, but also the testing protocol. So some of the material that I was sent indicated that daily testing of everyone, including staff, only started in May or very late. So if, for example, after the 11th, when the first staff member tested positive, everybody was tested, that might have identified more people. And remember that one case gives rise to 2, gives rise to 4, etc. So you would expect that, at the beginning it was just a few cases, and then within the incubation period, it rose exponentially. So really, if the more aggressive testing protocol had been used early on, could have been preventable. The other thing that struck me from reading the notes is the delay in reporting of positive tests. In addition to the discrepancies, there was a delay in the reporting. So, for example, was tested on the 10th. The result was not known until the 13th, but the spreadsheet says it was reported on the 12th. I've just got a long list of residents here where there's a 1 to 2 day delay between the test coming up positive, as according to the spreadsheet, and the facility knowing about it, based on the records I've been given.
Professor McIntyre, could I just, there is a non-publication order in relation to the resident with the initial CA, and so I'd just be grateful when making reference to that resident, if you could just use those initials. Sure, and I'll just remind anyone that there's non-publication order on that. Thank you for that, Professor McIntyre. Can I come back to you, Professor Bennett, just on this cohort? I call it the green cohort. And why it is, that's where the division in opinion is, why it is that your ultimate opinion is that it's more than likely that even in the green cohort, that they were movement out of the residents would not have affected, would not have impacted upon their positive tests, which came subsequently.
So, to clarify, so testing negative doesn't mean you're not incubating the virus. It means you're not, you don't have a sufficient viral load to detect, and you're not infectious. So we have a number of people who sit below that first group who tested positive and reported soon after. Another group where I believe that they are those that next transmission event, but people who are already incubating the virus. It's the very bottom group where you have up to 3 negative tests before you start to see symptoms, and certainly the latter group where these were subsequent infections. So I actually acknowledge in my report the different groups according to whether they were already likely to be incubating the virus. There are no guarantees here, but whether they were likely to be either already infected or infected and incubating the virus, even if they tested negative on their initial test, and then the others which probably acquired the virus subsequently.
So you say that it is possible that all those who had negative tests may have acquired the infection after the negative test?
It becomes less likely because you're talking about incubation periods of 2 or 3 days. It's not impossible, but it becomes less likely given that we know that for some of them they were actually exposed on the day they had the negative test, so that would potentially be a seeding event. But we also know that a couple of days prior, before the staff member who were infectious and infected were identified and furloughed, that there were up to 6 staff who were likely infectious working across the facility on the same day.
And so
I do think that that's your high risk period.
in relation to the third group, I think your report ends in relation to 3 who were possibly subsequently infected. Is that correct? And it would be alongside the line A18?
Yes. So when
we've got 3 of there are 3 who passed away in that group.
Yes.
Professor McIntyre.
So can I just to respond to something that Professor McIntyre said earlier as well. It's true, you do expect on average, if you have 1 case and then you'd expect 2 and 4 and 8, that's how exponential growth works. But in fact, if we had 1 infected person there who was working for multiple days while they're infectious, and then you have your secondary infections, which seem to have impacted staff particularly in the first range, plus possibly 2 or 3 or potentially even 4 residents. And then you implement, you close down the tea room area. You start to implement those precautionary measures to stop people mixing and the other things that were associated with stepping up the infection protection and control. Then you don't expect it to continue exponentially. So I do think that's what you'd hope to see, is that even if you've had a large seeding event, because 1 person has resulted in multiple infections detected, within a day or 2 of that case being notified, that in fact, this definitely is an exponential growth, because then we see a reduction in the number of cases being reported as you follow along the timeline.
Unless, of course, some of the measures, for example, the infection control measures, improve over time. So although imperfect at the beginning, with every passing day, they improve. Would that have an effect?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is consistent with, on average, 1 person isn't infecting, 2 others. It's half that. So it actually, I mean, we use the word control in a way in epidemiology that, sometimes people don't know what, because we're still seeing more cases. But in fact, if you're reducing the number of new cases at each step, then it means you have an element of control here.
Professor McIntyre, any response in relation to that last portion of evidence given by Professor Bennett?
I just reiterate that the epidemic curve tells the story that, it started off with an unknown index case possibly, and the staff member on the 10th. And there's multiple waves there, which suggests that, people kept on getting infected. And I think even Professor Bennett acknowledges that is the case for staff. Why would it not be for residents? The pattern certainly shows that. And as I said, there's evidence of individuals who had multiple negative tests over, as long as a period of 10 days, and then became positive. And those are, preventable cases. To me, and it's not just about when you identify the cases, it's about everything else that you do. So when the decision was made to use hospital in the home for this situation, then, really it should have been, there should have been more thorough measures, such as testing of everybody from the day of the first case. This was a, brand new pandemic, and we knew it was very serious. This was, there was only the experience of 1 other aged care facility prior to this. There was every reason to be highly precautionary, and that included testing everyone. That's particularly the case with older people in aged care. I've worked in aged care outbreaks for about 15 years, mainly influenza. Often they do not have symptoms. They don't have the kind of symptoms you'd expect in younger people. They might just get confused, or they might be red in the face. They don't have classic symptoms when they develop respiratory infections. So anyone who knew that should know that it's really important to test everyone early on. So that didn't happen. That was quite delayed before that happened. And then there was also a delay in the reporting of the positive tests. And I've got a long list there. You can check against the actual spreadsheet of the date that the tests were positive to the date that it's documented that Newmarch House knew about it. And there were some cases where the first person notified was the family member because they'd been trying to contact the resident to tell them they had a positive test. And then the family member had to tell Newmarch House that it was positive. So that part of it was really not handled well. That it could have been much more efficient to ensure very rapid, that it was prioritised, that it was urgent, that as soon as the lab knew it was positive, it was communicated straight away. And that did not happen. So that is, again, a source of preventable infections, because a one-day delay in knowing that somebody's infected could mean lots of people get exposed.
So as I understand your evidence, Professor McIntyre, those factors obviously feed into infection control.
Yes.
Yep. And Professor Bennett, and just on that point then, I'd like to move on from the graph and Professor Bennett, go to the opinion that you express at paragraph 4 of your statement, namely that it was unwise to attempt to relocate residents who tested positive or negative, given the risk of further transmission and that such transmission carried, and further to that, that there was a substantial risk involved. Can I firstly ask you, Professor Bennett, in relation to the substantial risk, what do you see as the substantial risk in transferring COVID positive, or do you see a substantial risk in relation to outbreak containment in transferring COVID positive residents to a hospital?
So there's a number of levels of risk here. So one of them is in actually transferring people out. So I'm purely talking about the epidemiological side of this, and I'm also talking about transfers in relation to infection control, not about individual need for hospitalisation. I see that as completely different and not in my purview. If you're talking about moving a number of people out, and these infections, the early infections, were spread across 3 of the wings, that in itself, I think, as Professor McIntyre described earlier, you have a situation where people are out in the corridor, that causes concern. If you're actually relocating people out of their rooms, you are actually causing a level of disturbance to everything, including your air quality in the corridors and other things. So there's actually a perturbation that happens if you're taking people from their rooms and moving them through a facility to move them out. If you're talking about moving people who are infected, so there is the potential that could facilitate a higher infection risk for the other residents who haven't yet tested positive. And then you've got the transfer itself, the risk to, in the actual process of transfer. And then in the hospital setting, there is the potential that you can acquire infections in hospital. If you're one of those people who is asymptomatic from the COVID, but elderly and frail, in a hospital setting, there are the other infection risks. They are low, they are managed, and they are trained in infection protection and control, but at the same time, they are not zero. So there is an infection risk in hospitals, even for someone who's there because they have COVID. But the other question that was put to me in my report was about the alternative, which is moving out the people who are not infected or not known to be infected. And that introduces an additional risk in that some of those people would have likely been already infectious, and some of them were definitely incubating the virus at the time they would have been moved. So you would actually be moving people who were, at the very least, incubating the virus, if not infectious themselves, who hadn't tested positive, out with people who hadn't tested positive and didn't have the virus. And so you create an infection risk by cohorting those people potentially together at another site and then increasing your secondary infection rate.
So and we heard evidence earlier this morning from Professor Ibrahim, who also raised the same issue in relation to those that are negative but may be incubating and become positive. They are a far more precarious group to consider moving out. But turning our attention back to those that were COVID positive, in your report, you in fact give some statistics, namely that over a relevant time period, 579 residents from aged care facilities with active outbreaks were admitted to hospital, and that translated on average to only one secondary transmission event in hospital for every 50 residents transferred to hospital from an aged care facility outbreak. Do you see those statistics as actually, in fact, quite attractive in terms of on balance, the risk there seems to be both manageable and minimal as compared to the potential for infection by remaining in the facility and transferring or infecting others?
Slightly different things here. Yeah. So the reason I referred to that risk was I was asked about that in my report relates to the risk of to the other patients in the hospital of transferring in people who are COVID positive.
Yes, that's how I understood.
So, but I don't know how to compare. So, what am I comparing that risk with? I mean, that's the same as that other risk which we didn't talk about, which is of onward transmission in hospital. If you do have people who, even in a setting where they're experienced in infection prevention and control, they may not be as experienced in working with people with cognitive impairment, particularly in number. And my understanding of the physical architecture of the hospital setting was there were only limited numbers who could be provided a room, up to 6, depending on current residency, and then the others would be in essentially open wards. So to me, there was a different risk to others in the hospital if you had a large number of people with the virus being brought to hospital, but that wasn't risk to the residents themselves.
No, but in terms of risk to others in the hospital, if it was a contained unit, irrespective of whether it was shared rooms or single rooms, in terms of risk to others in the hospital, that's contained, isn't it, by having a single ward that houses COVID positive patients?
Yes, and I don't know the physical layout beyond the actual nature of the rooms themselves in terms of bed numbers, yeah.
But just looking at that risk to others, because from an epidemiological point of view, you're looking at whether or not the risk of spreading it into the community, whether that's a hospital community or the community at large, correct?
True, but that's why my focus was actually on the process of transferring them out and the risk that might pose to other residents or staff who weren't at that time hadn't contracted the virus.
Yes, but if you implement strict infection control measures on that move out, it's not a question of eliminating all risk, is it? It's a question of trying to reach a manageable or balanced risk assessment in terms of both residents within the aged care facilities and with respect to people in the broader community.
Absolutely. I mean, I think managing a number of infectious patients at the same time from an infection control point of view is a challenge, whichever way you go to this, and they all must be treated, with great care. And so, yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. Whether people are staying or leaving, you have an infection control issue you have to manage.
Professor McIntyre, your opinion in relation to the movement of residents out, leaving aside clinical basis, just from an infection control perspective?
Well, for a start, we have to treat people as human beings and not as things to be decanted, and we have to think of the whole person and the whole context. We can't just separate out infection control from human beings. We're talking about human beings here. So medical issues aside, from an infection control perspective, infected people, at least most infected people, should have been moved to hospital, should have been transferred to hospital. And what's been documented in the materials I sent is that there was other than the the decision to use hospital in the home, there was also a strong resistance to moving people who wanted to be moved. In one instance, even an ambulance was cancelled after it was called to move someone. You know, aged care facilities are residential facilities. They are facilities that are designed to have a home-like environment where people can live. They are not hospitals. They are not staffed by healthcare workers, and you'd be lucky in normal times. You'd be lucky if there was even one registered nurse during a shift. In this case, and they're not designed like a hospital is. So they're not designed for infection control. They don't have isolation rooms. They don't have negative pressure rooms. The premise of hospital in the home is that you can provide adequate care, and it's not being used for outbreaks. You know, it's used if someone's you know, getting rehab for their fractured leg. You know, you can give them the rehab at home, or if they need intravenous antibiotics for an abscess, they can receive that at home, or if they need chemotherapy for cancer, they can receive it at home. And that's quite appropriate and effective. But in terms of an outbreak, you know, an aged care facility is not designed to handle, to be a hospital. And keeping those infected people in there, together with all the other factors I've mentioned, like, you know, the failure to test everyone early on, the delay in the reporting of the positive tests, meant that people who were uninfected were exposed to infection unnecessarily, and the outbreak was bigger than it should have been. And then there was sort of cascading failures as a result, because the setting was not suitable to handle this big outbreak. And we can see that in the case fatality rate, 51% compared to 33%, which was the national average from 2021. It's not appropriate to compare, you know, our average with some other country which may not have the same kind of health system or health facilities. We need to look at what the national average was, and the infection rate was very high. You know, and I think we can contrast it with the first outbreak where people were moved to hospital. That was a smaller and a shorter outbreak, and I think if you'd seen the early residents that were infected moved out, I have no doubt that you would not have seen such a big outbreak, and several of those cases and deaths would have been prevented.
Professor Bennett, can I ask you, do you accept that health facilities, hospitals by their nature, have better infection control measures in place?
Yeah, yes.
And would you accept that an aged care facility, by its nature, might struggle initially when an outbreak hits it in terms of implementing, as best as possible, watertight infection control measures?
Well, it's interesting you would expect watertight there. It's not watertight at hospitals. It is strong, but it's not watertight, and we learnt that early in the pandemic as well. Just also to comment, I'm not sure that it's actually appropriate to compare outbreaks in 2021 to March 2020 as well, because we were still learning. We did have different assumptions about precautions. We did have different availability of masks. But certainly we didn't have the same level of infection control training in aged care, as Professor McIntyre points out. And so you're starting off at a different level when you're trying to actually get people wearing, even if you've got access to N95 masks, wearing them well fitted and so on. So you do have constraints from an infection control point of view, but you also have some advantage in that you have people in individual rooms, people who are have their own ensuite, who aren't sharing some of those facilities. And so that's, I think, really important as well. And if this wasn't a particularly long outbreak, not by any comparison, including the Dorothy Henderson comparison, but also I note that for Dorothy Henderson, where they did transfer people to hospital, for the first stages of the outbreak. It was only very late where they didn't transfer, and most people were transferred while they were asymptomatic, so it wasn't that they were particularly unwell, that the fatality rate was 50%. So
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was 35%.
the people that were transferred to hospital, 5 of the 11 passed away. So
the comparison is the total outbreak case fatality rate. It was 35%.
I'm just saying, of those, for the initial phases of the outbreak that were transferred, that was the outcome. And that particular outbreak, from the first to last day, was 26 days, if you're looking at the patient infection onset, and Newmarch was 18 days. So I just think if we're making the comparisons, and we need to look at those in detail, even though there's a whole range of factors, including the profile of patients or residents, that can make a difference to the way an outbreak plays out in a particular setting, including the physical structure of the place and the way the shifts work and whether staff work across wards and so on, or wings, then all of these things come into play. So it makes it very hard to compare one-on-one.
And just leaving comparisons out of it, it's fair to say, isn't it, Professor Bennett, that your analysis was simply looking at it from an epidemiological point of view, and you weren't entertaining other considerations such as best clinical care, for example? That wasn't within your brief, so to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't, that's not my expertise, and I wasn't asked on those questions, and I explicitly state, I assume that clinical considerations about the need for transfer would override as well any decisions based on general infection control or outbreak management.
And as I understand your evidence, Professor McIntyre, you say it's when looking at whether a management plan was effective or not, it's difficult. One of the central components has to be the care of the individual.
Yes.
And in fact, you use the expression the human cost, I think, in your supplementary report.
Yes, so I mean, clearly the situation at Newmarch House deteriorated, and the available resources were not adequate, and that, you know, the setting, the resources were not adequate to deal with the situation at hand. And it would have been much better for everyone who was affected if at least some of those infected residents had been moved out to hospital. That would have reduced the load within the facility. But, you know, there were really some very harrowing stories about people having to use their bin for the toilet because the toilet was locked and nobody came, not getting food for all day, not being given food, being dehydrated and complaining of thirst and not being given intravenous fluids, or having a bottle left out of reach and having nobody help them to drink. So that's kind of, you know, there was a breakdown of very basic care needs: laundry, feeding, water. People had fallen and were left on the floor in pain without adequate pain relief. So it was really a very catastrophic situation when you look at those stories and put together all the information from the next of kin.
Professor Bennett, can I just finish with you? And I noted in your CV you give a list of career highlights, and one of those highlights was the research output, and in particular you write there the COVID-19 infection and the broader impacts of the pandemic on healthcare workers. Have I read that correctly, that you've published on that very issue?
Yes, we did a systematic review.
And I haven't read any of those reviews, but reading between the lines, did you make findings or come to conclusions in relation to the toll that the pandemic, or specifically whether an outbreak in an aged care facility, has had an impact on, for example, the nurses and those that need to work in these crisis situations?
We weren't specifically looking at people who were being transferred into aged care. This was specifically focused on healthcare workers in healthcare settings, but it certainly highlighted, particularly in the early days of the pandemic, this was global as well. So the healthcare situation and experience overseas was was very different to what we experienced in Australia. But it certainly did highlight the strains, the demands, the uncertain situation people were often needing to operate within, and the challenge with access to resources and so on was all part of that.
Thank you. They were my only questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Professor Bennett, Professor McIntyre, I'll just check with the other legal representatives whether they might have any questions for you, if you wouldn't mind just waiting for a moment. Ms Davis, do you have any questions for Professor McIntyre or Professor Bennett?
No questions. Thank you very much, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Palfrey, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Furness, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Ms Richardson, any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Okay. And Mr Ford, any questions?
Professor Bennett, does the Centre for Disease Control have a definition of an epidemic curve?
I think I will assume so. I think we all work with a basic definition of the timeline that is basically a histogram that plots case numbers according to onset of symptoms, where that information is available. In Australia, we've tended to report cases on the day of report in the national data, for example. But usually you do it for onset of symptoms because you're interested in trying to understand the relationship between waves of infection, and your onset of symptoms can actually help you interpret what's happening in terms of either transmission or even identifying whether the agent you're dealing with, for example, based on those patterns.
Professor McIntyre, do you agree with that?
Yes.
If it is that you're going to produce a curve, is it the case, Professor McIntyre, that you have three choices: symptoms, the date of a test or swab, and the result?
You probably wouldn't do the date of the test, because sometimes you do blanket testing of everyone, so it doesn't necessarily indicate anything about the individual. But if you had symptom onset, you'd use that. Otherwise, you'd use the date of the positive test.
Where you're dealing with a small number of cases, and I'm not demeaning the 19 in this instance, if you have it available, you would be able to use the test date, wouldn't you, the swab date?
Yes. Yes, you could use it as a rough indicator, but as I said, at some point they decided to test everybody. So then that would give you a false peak.
Do you agree that the onset of symptoms is the preferable item to use, if I can put it that way?
If you had the data. So the spreadsheet that I received called the revised positive resident schedule did not have symptom. I did, but several were asymptomatic. So it's, but the shape of the curve doesn't change greatly based on symptom onset and date of positive test.
The shape might not change, but it would move it back slightly in time, wouldn't it?
Not a great deal, no.
Yeah, not a great deal equals something, doesn't it?
Let me just sort the data and have a look. So when you look at onset of symptoms, the earliest date is the 10th of April, and that's the same for the test data. So it doesn't change it greatly.
Isn't there onset of symptoms as early as the 6th of April?
I have just sorted the spreadsheet that was given to me, and the first case, which is a redacted name, was the 10th of April, the onset of symptoms, according to this spreadsheet.
That's a resident, isn't it? The one we can't name.
Yes, yeah, I'm talking about the residents. Yeah, that the curve includes residents and staff. So the staff spreadsheet has, the first resident was the 10th of April, and that's the same. They're different residents, but the date of the positive test and the date of symptoms are both the 10th for residents.
Professor Bennett, why did you use symptoms?
Well, I didn't present my epidemic curve, which I did do by symptoms, because I actually used this particular layout that we've talked about today, figure 3, to show both what was known at the time based on test results and when they were reported, but also what we knew about when that swab was collected and the person's symptom profile. So I tried to incorporate all three, which is why I didn't use the epidemic curve. My epidemic curve, which is based on symptoms, does look a bit different. So it does shift time, but it actually changes the shape of it a bit as well. So you do see that initial index case, the supposedly linked to the staff member based on their onset of symptoms. And then you do see the next large cluster mainly comprised of staff members who reported positive and symptoms ahead of the wave, which then included more of the residents subsequently. And then the tail of it is largely comprised of the staff members that did have later infections beyond any beyond the last of the reported resident infections.
Just wanted to clarify something with you, if I could, Professor Bennett. Could you just look at paragraph 50 of your report?
Yes.
There's been talk about the groups, but you talk about the final group of resident infections. I just wanted to clarify something. How many do you say were included in that final group?
So it's the five that I had indicated with an asterisk in the figure 3 as well. They were the ones where the maximum likely incubation period went back as far as the 13th of April. But as we've talked about, they're more likely to have had an exposure within that time, not going back as far as that time. And that's why I highlighted those individuals as being subsequent infections, and also looked at links to staff members who could explain those infections. Not saying they were the vehicle for that infection, but it certainly coincided with that. There weren't any resident cases that were reported where there hadn't been an exposure within the usually 5 to 6 day period that couldn't explain that infection.
Thank you. Professor McIntyre, you refer to aerosol transmission in a number of places in your report, correct?
Yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that the chances of transfer via aerosol are far greater than contact or droplet?
Yes.
It's the case, isn't it, that where you have aerosol transmission, then the chances of I'll withdraw that. You refer in your report at page 6 to the pillars of epidemic control. Do you have that?
Yes.
You've listed 6 particular pillars. Obviously, 6 wasn't in play at the time, was it?
Sorry, I've got 3 documents open here. I'm just trying to find the right one.
Your report, page 6, your item number 6 is vaccines. That wasn't available.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, vaccines were not available at the time. That's right.
And the identification of cases is by either symptom identification and or testing. You agree with that?
Yes. But as I mentioned, in frail older adults, you often don't get the classic symptoms that you'd see in a younger adult. Often it might just, confusion is a common presentation with respiratory infections, or just flushing of the face. So it can be very, very atypical, the presentation of a respiratory infection in older people.
I'm not saying you should have, but you don't in your report go through and identify what symptoms were or were not present in any of the 19, do you?
Well, the reason is that the data were inconsistent. So what's presented in the spreadsheet is different from what's in the when you read through all the data from the next of kin, as well as the other reports provided. There's quite a lot of discrepancies. So I didn't think it was as that's why I used test positive date, because that's less that's more certain than the symptom onset.
Swab date in these cases would be equally certain where you have a swab and then a following test, wouldn't it?
Yes, the swab date is certain, but as I said, if there's mass testing that's happening, not necessarily because someone is suspected of being infected, then you'll get a false peak in the test date. So I wouldn't use test date.
No, you're aware that with the exception of Wentworth Heights, where I think there were a particular type of dementia patient, the residents were isolated from the 12th of April in their rooms.
Sorry, your audio just dropped off the last couple of words.
I apologise. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. You refer to isolation in your Pillar 1, and you're aware, aren't you, that from the 12th of April, that with the exception of Wentworth Heights, the residents were isolated in their rooms?
Yes, I am, but there were numerous breaches of that. So again, going through the next of kin report, there are lots of reports of people wandering outside their rooms or even being taken outside their rooms. So it did not seem to be enforceable in that setting with the level of resources that were available.
You look at your Pillar 2, contact tracing and quarantining. Is it the case that you would have deemed all of the residents close contacts?
Yes.
And therefore having to quarantine for at least 14 days?
Yes.
You're referring to ventilation. By that, is that in terms of air transfer as opposed to what we...
either opening the windows or if you've got an HVAC system, then increasing the percentage of fresh air rather than recirculating the air.
Do you happen to know what the air conditioning system was at Newmarch House?
I wasn't provided that information, but Professor Bennett did mention air conditioners in the room. So I don't know if they're regular kind of domestic style air conditioners which just recycle the air, or whether it was an HVAC system. Generally, buildings built in the last 5 years have HVAC systems, but if they're older, they may or may not.
And in this case, there were split systems where each air conditioner was its own split system going to the exterior. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, so that means it recycles the air. If they're the standard split air conditioners that you have in your home, for example, they recycle the air.
What it isn't is a centralised air conditioner that does the whole building. That's right, isn't it?
It's not about, I don't know. I was never provided information on what the air conditioning...
I'll ask you something else. Social distancing would be achieved by isolating people in their rooms?
Yes, and also with the interactions with staff, which obviously is pretty much impossible in a situation with high care, patients with high care needs who need, where it's not possible to socially distance, giving people their medications and so on. I have to say, in the report, when I've listed those pillars, that's a generic public health approach. Those are the things that we can do to reduce transmission. But in this particular setting, obviously vaccines weren't available and social distancing wasn't possible.
And if it's not going to be possible, you have to have staff wearing PPE.
Yeah, you really need a multi-layered approach to reduce risk. So, and even now, no one measure alone is enough. You really need to use multiple different measures to reduce transmission. So the more measures that were being used, the lower the risk of transmission would have been.
You referred to the Toronto experience in the absence of N95 masks in your report.
Yes.
Are you aware that the positive patients were to wear N95 masks in this instance?
It's not what the patient wears matters, but it's also what the staff wear, because in an aged care facility, the staff are more mobile. There were some residents that were mobile and were wandering and so on, but the greatest amount of mobility is from the staff. And depending on how the rostering and so on is done, they could be moving between the 3 buildings. They could be moving between patients. So it's the staff that are the most mobile and therefore, really need to be wearing high-grade PPE.
And just to pick that up, are you aware that from at least the time when the infections were identified, the preference and where available, staff dealing with the COVID positive patients were to wear N95?
Well, you and I just object to this question in the last in terms of the basis.
I have instructions to put this.
There's no evidence of this. There's no evidence of this before, Your Honour, at all. So
Wasn't provided any information on the PPE.
Sorry, Professor McIntyre, just wait for one moment if you wouldn't mind.
we don't have a single care staff or nursing staff or surge workforce staff or resident next of kin that states that residents, that any one of the 19 deceased, were being instructed to wear N95 and were in fact wearing an N95. And in terms of, we have evidence as to the availability or lack of the availability of N95s, but these assumptions, I may have missed something. There's 75 volumes, but I don't believe that these assumptions are based on any evidence. And if they're based on instructions, none of the statements from health address this issue.
I have sufficient instructions to put this proposition based on the contents of some statements of people who didn't necessarily give evidence, based on the ordering for Anglicare, and based on a witness who I won't name.
So in terms of ordering by Anglicare, there must be a source document on that at a minimum tells us when the ordering was delivered. And we're dealing with a time period between 11 April and 15 June, but both of these experts and professors have been particularly engaged and engaging in relation to a very express period of time, and that is 11 April until about the 19th of May, which was the last patient death. So,
can I just give an example that might help? If my friend goes to volume 22, tab 44, page 24, Anglicare transferred 1,000 N95 masks to Newmarch on the 12th, 13th of April, according to my note that I'm looking at here. But I'll either make this assumption good or I won't.
Sorry, Mr. Fordham, volume 22.
Tab 44.
Tab 44.
According to the note I'm looking at, page 24. And if it doesn't come up, my junior's in real trouble. But I'll either make it good or I won't.
Right, just give me one moment.
Page 25, I'm told. That's, I know that, yeah. Yeah, I know that's the point. There's a finished gig. You got it there? April, though.
And that document certainly gives us a timeline on potential delivery of the N95s, but it goes nowhere to underpin the assumption that residents were being directed to wear them, by whom, when and in what circumstances.
Yes, agreed. But look, as Mr. Fordham said, he'll either, in I assume submission, make that good on the evidence or not. Go on, Mr. Fordham.
Well, no, the evidence isn't finished yet. I've got to be careful what I say at the moment.
I understand.
For all sorts of reasons, like who's here. In any event, Doctor, can I ask you a couple of questions about what you refer as optimal treatment at page 8 of your report? Professor McIntyre?
Yeah, just noting that I wrote this report in last year. There were long delays, so that was as of the time I wrote the report.
And that's what I wanted to ask you. You, further down the page, refer to a footnote 37 in relation to dexamethasone and other treatments, including remdesivir and a drug that I can't pronounce starting with T. And you also refer to the use of prone nursing, if I can put it that way. That document 37 is a 2021 document, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But the use of proning was figured out even in Wuhan in January, that turning a patient onto the prone position. That was used very early on in 2020, in the big epidemics that started in New York and in Spain and Italy. They were all using proning as early as March 2020.
Did you go back and have a look at the document, the equivalent of the one you quoted at 37 for April of 2020 at all in preparation of your report?
Sorry, what was the question?
You've quoted...
I was referencing the so there's an Australian COVID evidence task force. So I was referencing their guidelines, which at the time I was writing the report was 2021, but they were doing it continuously from 2020, and they're still going now. They update the evidence as it comes along.
Are you aware that as at 2020 prone positioning, the consensus recommendation was in relation to mechanically ventilated adults?
Yes.
And in terms of the drugs, I think dexamethasone got a conditional recommendation in July of 2020. Is that
yes.
right?
However, dexamethasone is often used in severe pneumonias and respiratory infections empirically with other infections, and a lot of people were using it empirically because it's an anti-inflammatory, so it reduces the systemic inflammation caused by the virus. So probably in most ICUs for someone who was very sick, they'd be getting dexamethasone even in early 2020. That's certainly what I heard from clinicians in Europe, the US, etc., and in Australia early in the pandemic. The evidence came later that supported the use, but there's a long history of using dexamethasone for severe acute respiratory infections.
It wasn't just, if I can put it this way, the conditional recommendation came for the use of dexamethasone in COVID in July 2020. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I haven't got the document in front of me to agree or disagree, but it sounds about right, because it was by mid 2020 there were trials that were already out published that showed that it was effective in reducing death. So that was around the time that it started getting incorporated into guidelines.
And remdesivir, sorry, I can't read. That was after May 2020, but only in clinical trials. Is that right?
Yeah, but it's a repurposed drug that was they were starting to look at it very early in 2020 as a potential drug, and it the evidence for it accrued later, and it's not it's not as effective as the newer antivirals like molnupiravir and Paxlovid, but it does have a small benefit.
And
but at that time, that was the only antiviral really that was in the mix as a potential drug.
And tocilizumab, if I've got that.
Yeah, so that's a monoclonal antibody, and they became also effective against the first few variants of concern, but less effective against newer variants of concern.
And not receiving a recommendation, indeed a weak recommendation, until May of 2020.
Yeah. So this section of the report, I was asked what would be considered the optimal treatment in the period April to June 2020. So that's what my answer covered.
And just to complete this, NIV or non-invasive ventilation in April of 2020, not recommended as routinely used. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't know about the dates. Sorry.
That's all right. Now I need to correct something. Did you say that in terms of?
Sorry, can I just correct that?
Sure.
Tocilizumab is a immunosuppressant. It's not a monoclonal. The monoclonals came a bit later. Sorry.
No, don't apologise. Thank you. It's better that it gets corrected, as I'm about to do now. Did you say before that it was, in terms of the use of N95, staff were particularly important?
Yes, that's been a contentious issue for health and aged care staff right from the start of the pandemic, where the infection control expert group was recommending surgical masks, and it really that was the position till the Delta wave started in July 2021, when the guidelines were changed to an N95. But until then, staff were in health and aged care were given surgical masks. In the Victorian second wave, it became very apparent the toll of preventable infections in health and aged care workers. There were thousands of infections in people who'd had to use surgical masks. If you go back to the principle of airborne transmission, if it's like cigarette smoke, it's what you inhale that matters. So a surgical mask doesn't fit around the face. That surgical masks are designed to prevent splash and splatter of blood and fluids onto the face, and for surgeons to wear when they're operating to prevent contaminating the wound. So they've got gaps around the side, which means when you inhale, unfiltered air will pass through those gaps preferentially through the face piece. So you're just breathing in unfiltered air. They do protect. There's now good evidence from SARS-CoV-2 as well that any mask, even a cloth mask, is better than no mask, but a surgical mask is better than a cloth mask, and an N95 is even better. So for the highest level of protection, an N95 is the best option.
Do I take it from your evidence that it would be more important that the staff are wearing the N95s because they're the ones going in and out of the rooms as opposed to the residents?
Yeah, and also for the residents, when reading through the next of kin reports, mainly a lot of them were, and the resident summaries, a lot of them were on oxygen through nasal prongs, so you wouldn't really be able to wear an N95 when you're on oxygen. And some had dementia, so it'd be difficult for someone who's got dementia or who's got, severe respiratory disease. A lot of them had low oxygen saturations, were quite breathless, so it'd be quite difficult, and they'd generally get the oxygen before they got an N95. So I'm not sure whether it was really, I'm not sure in practice whether there really was. I didn't see mention of it in anything that I read of residents wearing N95s.
I just want you to assume that I was wrong about that, and I apologise. It was not the residents, it was the staff.
Right.
So, thank you. I'm sorry, Professor Bennett, I've been ignoring you for a while. Can I ask you this question? In terms of cascading order of things you could use in relation to your epidemic curve, do I understand you have result, test or symptoms? Which order do you put those in?
You would normally do symptoms, swab date, tests would be your third preference if you didn't have the other data.
And why?
Well, as I said earlier, the purpose of the epidemic curve is to try and understand the relationship between cases. And as Professor McIntyre said, if you have testing patterns, that can actually give a distorted picture of actually when infections might have started in relation to each other. And one of the other relationships we look at is the time between symptoms of a case and symptoms of their secondary cases. We call that the serial interval. And at this stage in March, April 2020, that was understood to be about 7.5 days. That sort of gives you an idea about waves of infection. So you're using the peaks of the average symptom onset date across waves to try and understand, whether this is looking as we expect or whether there's other things going on. Tells you whether you have multiple sources or successive waves of secondary infections in relation to a single introduction, for example. So it's a good analytic tool, and working off symptom dates is the most reliable way to use it as that tool.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Anything rising, Ms. Martha?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Professor Bennett, Professor McIntyre, that brings us to the end of your evidence. Thank you very much for sharing your time and expertise with the inquest this afternoon. You're now both excused and are welcome to end the remote connection with the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so we're clear for the transcript, I withdraw any reliance on the question I asked in relation to residents, and I apologise.
Very well. Thank you. Not at all.
Tomorrow the inquest will continue with the evidence of Dr. Brownlee, which was interrupted with the expert evidence, although designedly so that Dr. Brownlee had the opportunity to witness that evidence. He's been in court during that, I understand, but that's tomorrow's batting order. And given concerns about finishing in time, it's proposed, Your Honour, that we commence at 9:30 tomorrow, if that's convenient to Your Honour and
yes.
the parties.
It is for my part. I'll just check whether that causes any concerns for any of the parties or legal representatives. No. All right. Well, in that case, then I'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.